Well, we have quorum. How about we move into I'll call this meeting to order and then we'll move into closed session. Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Rios,
Present.
Vice President Mendoza,
Present.
Board Clerk Yu,
Here.
Board Member Apodaca,
Here.
There we go.
Board Member La is ill, Board Member Nishi,
Here.
Board Member Say.
Present.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I have a motion to excuse Board Member Maynard Law due to illness?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Sue.
Roll call.
Board Member, I'm sorry, President Rios,
Yes.
Vice President Mendoza,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yu,
Yes.
Board Member Apodaca,
Yes.
Board Member Nishi,
Yes.
Board Member Say.
Present. Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with AFSCME and CSEA, and anticipated litigation advisory concerning appeals received. Are there any public comments on closed session items, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Thank you. At this time, may I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved, Mendoza. Second, Sophia.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Vice President Mendoza,
Yes.
Board Clerk Yu,
Yes.
Board Member Nishi,
Yes.
Board Member Say,
Yes.
President Rios.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, at this time, we will log on to our closed session meeting. We'll see everyone back in a bit. Okay, at 7 o'clock, I'm gonna call, do we have all board members present? Let's see. Vice President Mendoza. Board Member Yu, you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Apodaca, see you. Ernie.
Yeah, I think everyone's here. I see everyone.
Okay, so Board Member Say. There you are. Okay, so I'm calling, let me see. Let me get back to my right place. Okay, can I have a motion to continue the meeting in open session?
So moved.
So
Mendoza.
moved. Second, Apodaca.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Present.
Mr. Nishi,
Here.
Dr. Rios,
Here.
Mrs. Say,
Present.
Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Motion passes 6-0 to move to open session.
Thank you. We welcome public comments. Comments submitted will be presented during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed the following: conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with AFSCME and CSEA, and anticipated litigation advisory concerning appeals received. Okay, can I have Vice President Mendoza lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge to
I pledge allegiance
the
to
flag
the flag
of the
of
United
the United States of America
And
and
and to the republic
for which it stands,
and
one
one nation
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
May be seated.
Oh, thank you. I like that flag waving on our screen. Usually we're like, okay, which way should we face? Okay. Next, we will move on to presentations, recognitions, induction of the 2020-2021 Student Board Representatives. Dr. Sue?
Thank you so much, President Rios. I was able to meet many of the students on Monday, September the 14th, for their orientation as student board representatives. And I shared with them that they needed to introduce themselves tonight. So I'm going to start with the list of people that I know that we have. Juliana, can you start out with us? I know she's here.
No, Mike, mute.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, definitely.
Hello, I'm Juliana De Hoya. I'm a senior at Artesia High School. Aside from being one of our school's student board representatives, I also serve as the ASB treasurer, the leader of our video committee, our school's Key Club social media coordinator, the Filipino club secretary, and a leader and music minister for my youth group.
Thank you so much, Juliana. Dana Garcia.
There you go. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dana Garcia. I'm also a senior at Artesia High School. And aside from being a board representative, I'm Renaissance president, and I oversee the graphics and media committee. And as well as that, I'm environmental club president, CSF NHS president, and I'm on school site council. Outside of school, I work, I volunteer, and I run a podcast. And then in my free time, I like to sew, read, and watch shows.
Thank you so much, Dana. Next, we have Brian Koo.
Hi, my name is Brian Koo, and I'm extremely excited to serve as one of our school board representatives for Cerritos High School. I'm currently a senior, and outside of ASB, in ASB, my position is Commissioner of Community Relations. Outside, I'm heavily involved in Model United Nations and lots of external programs like Red Cross and many volunteer activities that just help people in need. And in my free time, I like biking, hiking, and reading articles.
Thank you so much, Brian. Next, we have Jaden Zachariah.
Hi, I'm Jaden Zachariah. I am an 11th grader at Cerritos High. I'm involved in ASB and serve as this year's Commissioner of Community Relations, as well as being Vice President for our school's Girl Up Club, and I'm also involved in Model UN. Outside of school, I am an ambassador for an organization called We Rise Above, and I serve as a state representative for Be Strong Global.
Thank you so much, Jaden. Next, we have Anais from Mendoza from Gar High School.
Hi, I'm Anais Mendoza, a junior at Gar High School. In ASB, I serve as one of the Commissioner of Academics. Outside of ASB, I'm in Key Club, and this is also my third year in the marching band at Gar High School.
Thank you, Anais. Manahi Ahmed from Gar.
Hi, I'm Anahel Ahmed. I'm sorry, can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm Anahel Ahmed, and I'm a junior from Gar High School. I'm excited to be involved in the school board meetings. I serve as one of the Commissioner of Academics from Gar High School. I'm involved with soccer and MUN, and outside of school, I like to read and volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if our, oh yes, I see somebody from Tracy High School, Matthew Lorca. Matthew? Can you unmute, Matthew? There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, definitely.
All right. I was having a glitch. I was hearing some other people talk over other people.
Oh.
In any case, my name is Matthew Lawarka. I attend Tracy High School. As of recently, I'm obviously a board representative. But aside from that, I work on the KTHS program that was newly installed last year. I should be having someone else here joining me, my co-representative. However, she's having technical difficulties with her Zoom, so she's unable to join currently.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthew. I'm glad you're able to be with us tonight.
Thank you.
Nika from Whitney?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Nika Fedorova. I'm a 12th grader at Whitney High School, and I'm serving as this year's ASB president. Other than ASB, I'm involved at school with theater, volleyball, and track. And in my free time, I really enjoy jigsaw puzzles, playing piano, even though I'm not very good, and learning Mandarin. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nika. Next, we have Maxime Garcia from Whitney.
Hi, board members. My name is Maxime Garcia, and I am a representative from Whitney High School. I'm currently a senior and am serving as the student government vice president, as well as the drama club president. I love watching movies with my family and playing with my dog.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maxima. And next, we have from adult school, Yesenia. Yesenia?
Hi. My name is Yesenia Rios Galdames. I'm the student rep for the adult school. I graduated from Bell Gardens High School and went to UCLA, and I have a PhD in molecular cell and developmental biology. But for the last 7 years, I've been a stay-at-home mommy for my 3 little girls. So that's how I got involved with the parent education program at the adult school. So 2 of my daughters graduated from there, and my 18-month-old baby is currently taking the classes through the program at the parent education. I'm happy to represent the adult school.
Thank you so much, Yesenia. Next, we have Melina from adult school. Is Melina here?
I don't see her.
Yeah. Maybe she is not here with us. But just to let you know, we look forward to all the board representative reports beginning next month. And we know that we're going to learn a lot from what you are doing right now, especially with our virtual academy and many of the activities that we have still on our campus. And so we look forward to your comments next week. As I mentioned at our orientation, you are welcome to stay for the entire board meeting tonight. If you have a vote, they won't be counted as part of the board vote, but you can still have a voice in the meetings for tonight as well. Thank you.
Madam President, may I make a comment?
Yes, absolutely.
Madam President, is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to welcome all the student board representatives. I know this is not our normal way of doing this. We're gonna go with the new way, this virtual way. But I know you guys are still doing lots of exciting things with your school. I know you guys are planning different things. So thank you for doing that, going the extra mile. And I do wanna let you all know that one of the representatives is my daughter, Anais Mendoza from GAR. So I look forward to, she's on the Zoom over there in the rest of the house, and I'm in the garage. So, but thank you all. Thank you for all your work and your dedication for this school year to try to make this as normal, a new normal as possible for our schools. Thank you, Madam President.
Well said, welcome. Okay, at this time, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of September 22nd, 2020?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Mendoza.
Roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion? Oh, just a minute. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the amended minutes of the regular meeting of September 8th, 2020?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Roll call.
May I have a question? What was amended?
It was added that board member Law, let me look really quickly. It was amended that board member Law did not return to the meeting after the break. Okay, was the roll call complete, Danielle?
No. Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Superintendent's reports, Dr. Sue?
Thank you very much, President Rios. First of all, good evening to everyone who are here with us tonight. Our ABC District Health Services Department is partnering with healthcare agencies and local colleges to bring free flu shots to the community. Anyone age 9 and up who is healthy enough to receive a flu shot may get one. The clinics will be at the following locations and times. On Wednesday, September the 30th, it will be from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock at Artesia High School, and that's located on 12108 East Del Amo Boulevard in Lakewood. On Wednesday, October the 7th, it'll be from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock at Burbank Elementary School, located at 17711 Roseton Avenue in Artesia. And on Wednesday, October the 21st, from 1:30 to 4 o'clock, it will be held at Hawaiian Elementary School, located at 12350 East 226th Street in Hawaiian Gardens. The Hong Presbyterian Hospital Health Ministries Department has donated the vaccines. Nursing students from Biola University and Azusa Pacific University will be assisting at the clinics. According to Patty DuPont Tyler, head of health services in our district, said that she expects this to be a difficult flu season, and we need to make sure that we are doing all we can to keep our communities well. We are all grateful to the Hoag Hospital for donating the flu vaccine and to the universities assisting us at the clinics. No appointment is needed. Just drive through and receive your flu shot. All receiving flu shots should adhere to the public health guidance, like wearing a mask and social distancing. Parents and or guardians must accompany children under 18 years old. On September the 18th, Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law SB 820. SB 820 prescribes that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to comply with state and local health guidelines, the administration of the physical fitness test shall be suspended for the 2020-21 school year. Therefore, the physical fitness test will not be required to be administered, and the California Department of Education will not be collecting physical fitness test data for the 2021 school year. Yesterday, we held our Golden Bell Zoom validation meeting with Donald LaPlante from Downey Unified School District. Rebecca Michelle Macias, president of our CSEA chapter, and I described the PAL2, which is Partnership with Administration and Labor, events that have taken place since 2012. Kester Sung, Supervisor of Human Resources, provided a wonderful presentation regarding our PAL2 events. Dr. Gina Zietlow and members of our CSEA and our PAL2 committee were involved with the meeting yesterday. We will be producing a Zoom acceptance video tomorrow. Again, I'd like to thank Rebecca Michelle Macias, president of CSEA, our PAL2 committee, and our administration for the great work that have been provided all these years. This is the 9th year of the PAL2 program. Finally, on September the 10th, the California State Board of Education approved of the State Seal of Civic Engagement Award. To earn this seal, students must demonstrate excellence on civic learning, participation in civics-related projects, contributions to their community, and to an understanding of the U.S. Constitution, the California Constitution, and the American democratic system. Students may earn the seal on a transcript, their diploma, or certificate of completion. And again, finally, this is Hispanic Heritage Month. It began on September the 15th and will continue through October the 15th. So happy Hispanic Heritage Month, everyone. That concludes my report, President Rios.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to employee representative reports. Ray Gare, ABCFT President.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Rios, Dr. Rios, board trustees, Superintendent Dr. Su, administrative cabinet, teachers, nurses, students, ABC parents, and of course, the ABC community members. My name is Ray Gare. I'm president of the ABC Federation of Teachers. First, I want to thank all those students and teachers for making the best of this virtual education situation we find ourselves in right now. Your resilience and willingness to find new ways to engage in live instruction is definitely commendable. And I've learned as I've talked to teachers across the district that their classes are getting into that all important like flow of instruction, where there's a social contract between the teachers and the students. And that's really where there's honor in finding education, exciting, and it's what makes our classrooms unique. So I'm glad to hear that we're in that mode right now. That's a hard place to get to, and we're doing it virtually, and that is really important. Let's not forget all the ABC parents. Your patience and support and guidance during this situation is really counting, and we appreciate it as a teaching staff. And we're not perfect as a district, and we know we're working on how to make things better all the time. And it's just important that we have a common message, as a community, that we're working for student achievement and really looking out for our students' mental health together. So that's really important. And that's kind of my message for tonight. I know that over the past few months, many community members and students have come forth to express their outrage and concerns of issues of equity in our schools, sexual harassment, and mental health awareness of all of our students. And these are not new issues in ABC and all other districts in the United States. However, there's not been a time probably in our history as a nation where these issues are seen for the impact that they have on every single student in our educational institution. So I want to thank the community members for, guiding an expanded spotlight on some of these important issues. We might not all agree on the tactics or the messaging, but the core belief is that we need more conversations and, more importantly, actions on these serious topics. We need to seize this time, because the window for change always moves. And so we need to seize this moment and make change. As teachers, I just want you to know that we do get mandated trainings each year. They're called the Keenan trainings. It's a common thing here in ABC. And we attend or participate in these trainings every single year. And they cover child abuse and neglect, sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, youth suicide, awareness, prevention, and postvention. In total, this is about 3 to 5 hours each year, depending on how fast you go through the training, but there's always secondary trainings through PBIS and other supports that we have throughout the year. These are really important refreshers that our teachers get every year, and they're critical for the safety of our students. But we know that the depth of these trainings can always be improved, and that's something that we'll be looking forward to looking at. So these are important community issues, and like legs on a stool, we're only one leg, and there needs to be all the legs to make sure that the stool stands correctly. So I think if we're able to dive into these subjects together, hand in hand as a community, then we can make systematic change. Like board member Sophia said to me the other day, and she didn't know I was going to say this, a clap takes two to make a sound. That really struck something with me. And I, like I said, if we're going to make a sound, we definitely want, the ABC teachers want to work with you. Working together, we can make lasting changes, and we can impact decades of students in ABC. So if we're able to handle and tackle such a difficult situation together and a difficult topic, there's really no limit to what we can do academically or for the emotional skills of our students. And these are skills. So I know that the ABC Federation of Teachers takes these subjects very seriously, and we look forward to making systematic changes with all of you. So we want to build that social contract with the community, the board, the administrative cabinet, administrators throughout the district, and other staff members throughout the district. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you.
President Rios?
I haven't done that in a while. Forget to unmute. Okay, at this time, we will move on to public comments. Board Clerk Yu.
Thank you, President Rios. Persons wishing to address the board should provide public comments during the public comment section through the following method: by abcusd.org/board meeting and use the link or phone number to participate in the Zoom meeting. If using Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. If using the phone, please use star 9 to raise your hand during the public comment portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. Then use star 6 to unmute yourself when you are called on to speak. Comments will be presented during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical handicap, or age may not be made. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Okay, let's see if we have any public comments. Scott, can you help me? Do we have any public comments?
We do. We have several hands raised. Again,
Okay.
speakers have 5 minutes, and please state your name when you begin. The first speaker is Justin G.
Okay.
And I'll now allow them to talk. Justin G., you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. The Gen Up Cerritos chapter is a youth advocacy group based in Cerritos, California, which is established through the organization Gen Up, where our chapter was just recently created by 9 passionate students within the ABC Unified School District, forming the executive board. I am Justin G., one of the directors of fundraising for the Gen Up Cerritos chapter executive board. The youth in our district believe that necessary change needs to be made when it comes to the topics of cultural competency, diversity, and equity. As the recent movement of Black Lives Matter showed us, the people within our district are willing to take immediate action when it comes to these social issues. Our ideal view of having cultural competency, diversity, and equity would begin with more student representation within the district itself. For example, if we had a student board member within the Board of Education, there would be more communication between the adults and youth in our district, allowing the student representative to easily relay the common cultural issues of each and every school. These cultural issues range from people getting judged for what they eat and wear, to the consistent amounts of racism that go unnoticed within all their respective schools. Therefore, in order to alleviate these problems regarding cultural incompetency, we, the students, believe that the implementation of ethnic studies should occur in our district to eliminate cultural bias and educate those that were once uninformed about these problems. In regards to the dilemmas that can be observed in our district in terms of diversity, the students believe there are multiple approaches to resolve these problems. Hereby, we announce the Take a Seat campaign, which petitioned for a student board member position within the ABC Unified School District Board of Education. Within the last 40 days, we have obtained nearly 400 signatures, in which we are well aware of the fact that these signatures acquired represent many of the students that support this idea. Furthermore, our chapter firmly supports the Board of Education's idea of the creation of a diversity task force, which would handle the situations concerning the lack of diversity. Finally, the Gen Up Cerritos chapter's ideal view for equity would be to push and approve the enforcement of the Equity Office, as we believe that this would be the essential catalyst to establishing true equity in our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Scott, is Emily Chen.
Emily Chen.
Yeah.
Emily, please unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Emily Chen Darnell. I am a Whitney High School alumni, Whitney High School Foundation board member, and my child is an ABCUSD student. I am supporting this district having an equity officer to address diversity and equity challenges, from the equal distribution of technological resources to the development of ethnic studies curriculum. We thank the Assembly Member Cristina Garcia, who supports our commitment and drive to promote equity in our schools. I felt compelled to speak about this topic because I'm disturbed by how the current cultural climate under our U.S. president has attempted to reverse the progress toward racial equity at our schools. Also, I found it disturbing to encounter some individuals within our own community that have denied that racial discrimination occurs in Cerritos or in our nearby communities. Having attended the schools in this area in the 90s, I recalled seeing children of diverse backgrounds during my elementary school, junior high school, and high school years. By junior high school, though, this paradigm shifted noticeably, and I noticed that my environment included people who thought and looked a lot like me in class. What was lacking in my educational experience was class discussions about the importance of diversity and culture. It was a given that our cultural experiences and cultural history were taught to us by mostly non-Asian teachers. By my college years and my graduate school years, the cultural diversity and mental health counseling classes I took were taught by African American, Latinx, and Asian professors. It makes sense that at ABCUSD, the ethnic study curriculum should be taught by staff who represent and can speak about their cultural traditions and values to students. Recently, I too wondered about this equity issue at the schools from participating in these community discussions, and examined the academic performances and school conditions data presented on the California dashboard and the eddata.org websites for the 2017 to 2018 and 2018 to 2019 school years. Since the data analysis is detailed, I emailed the board member, superintendent, and teachers union president. The actual report data can be corroborated by data presented in these educational databases. The conclusion I derive, which is consistent with what educational researchers have been saying for so many years, is that there are disparities between ethnic groups, Caucasians, Hispanics, African Americans, and Asians, on several academic metrics, including suspension rates, noticeably here at ABCUSD middle schools. The suspension metrics provided clear-cut data to support the observation that students of color at the middle schools here have higher suspension rates compared to Caucasians. So offering implicit bias training to staff, students, and parents will force people to examine how their own unconscious biases affect the way we evaluate and treat people, students that look different from us and have different skin color.
Emily, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, a holistic approach, including parents and staff in this training, ensures that the primary influencers of the students' attitudes and prejudices provide the tools for them to understand how to be with students in diverse environments at school and work. We advocate then for this school district to expand the implicit bias training offered by CCEJ at the school sites that report big disparities in academic metrics for students of color. Thank you to the Whitney High School Foundation Board who took steps to offer this training, but we want to see that this training is offered to parents and staff at school sites that may not be able to provide the funds for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Board Clerk, you, the next speaker, it has the phone number that ends in 778.
For this speaker, please state your name and unmute yourself, please.
Go ahead.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Sue. My name is Asta Guragan, and I'm a Nepalese immigrant from Kathmandu and currently reside in Artesia, California. I would first like to second a lot of the comments made by the Gen Up Cerritos leader, Justin G., and also Emily Chen in discussing the necessity of holistic education and lasting systemic changes in the community and beyond by unifying students from different backgrounds to work towards multifaceted levels of justice throughout our district. Equity is an important topic for me to bring up in the community because as a GAR High School alumna and active member of the diverse local community, I believe that it is crucial to include ethnic studies as a part of elementary, middle, and high school curriculums. We must amplify Black and Indigenous voices as well as voices of people of color and local organizations of young students, such as Gen Up Cerritos, the local Diversify Our Narrative chapter, and We Rise Above, which has actively brought advocacy and a voice towards the sexual harassment cases in the communities, especially at our local high schools. I believe that in advocating for students, we should also consider how microaggressions against students can negatively impact their mental health and also ability to function and provide a holistic level of education and understanding in the classroom. I would like to show support for the bill written by Assemblymember Cristina Garcia 331 that asks students to take cultural studies classes as a part of high school graduation requirements and emphasize the need for this as not only a part of school, but also a larger communal issue through which we can understand one another better and also continue to amplify the voices of community leaders, such as the Whitney High School Black Alumni Association. We must consistently, from a young age, prioritize how we can empower all children, regardless of socioeconomic statuses, gender, and cultural backgrounds. Change begins at home, and the ABC Unified School District is in a great position to be able to bring about these changes because of the resources and teachers and community support that we already have. I believe that education starts with families and communities and should be focused on intersectionality as a whole. We can work towards also empowering parents along with teachers and students because especially with virtual learning, a lot of parents are the ones that have to bring about change and advocate for their students at home and also adjust their schedules to provide efficient care and as well as a holistic learning environment for their children at home. So along with highlighting the importance of students and teachers, I also want to place emphasis on providing resources and advocacy for parents in the district.
You have 2 minutes.
Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about how cultural conditioning must be addressed at each level of education. Since we have such a diverse community, we have community members that come from different backgrounds and different levels of understanding for issues of equity, especially when considering the Black Lives Matter movement. So in order to bring about lasting change, it starts at home, and for many students, that means that the interactions in their households also determine how they will bring themselves into workplace, school, everything along the line. So I just want to thank the district for the wonderful work that we already have been doing and emphasize the need for an equity officer and a continued support for things like Keenan training that would allow for students and educators to continuously advocate for the equity in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board Clerk Yu, the next speaker is Alex Alcantar. Mr. Alcantar, please unmute.
Good evening. I am Alex Alcantar, and I'm a proud Whitney parent. Let me start by saying thank you to the board for having made the tough decisions during the pandemic, decisions that can never satisfy everyone's concerns, but certainly have to be made to ensure the safety of our kids and our educators, and it is very much appreciated. But I speak tonight in support of the implementation of a diversity and equity officer position within ABCUSD. I'm here representing the Latino Parent Association at Whitney High School, as well as the Whitney Foundation for Educational Excellence. I'm also becoming involved with the Diversity and Equity Task Force at Whitney, and I was also part of the selection committee for the vendor who will provide equity and anti-bias training at Whitney High School. Parent groups, in my personal experience, have been instrumental in helping to bring attention to issues of student and parent concern in situations where faculty, staff, and admin may have difficulty. These difficulties are not due to a lack of effort or availability on the part of the school district employee, but they may have causes relating to issues such as language barriers, issues of cultural capital skill sets, issues of class such as work schedules, and other reasons. It's often easier for parents and students to open up to those that they believe to be in similar situations. They may feel more comfortable reaching out to us because they know that we don't have competing interests or responsibilities. But parent groups are limited in several important ways. We aren't full-time in this position. We have limited resources, and we have very limited actions in terms of responding to situations. A diversity and equity officer would have as a primary objective to listen to the concerns and issues relating to issues of race, class, sex, orientation, language, capability, etc. The position would have resources at its disposal and would work on a full-time daily basis to resolve these concerns. And even more importantly, a diversity and equity officer would have the ability to impact policies and procedures, and perhaps even hiring practices, which would proactively address these issues of concern. We face many challenges both in our society and in the ABC community relating to race, class, sex, orientation, language, capability, etc. And conflict impacts our students and parents on a daily and ongoing basis. Students and parents are concerned right now about issues like racial discrimination. Think of the social unrest and Black Lives Matter movement, implementation of an ethnic studies requirement, concerns about affirmative action, both stigma and lack thereof.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
I'm sorry?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. And issues relating to sexual harassment, especially as it relates to students, as well as equal access to resources. These are areas which need to be addressed. The implementation of a diversity and equity officer would go a long way toward demonstrating that the ABCUSD school board takes these issues seriously. I'd like to echo and second many of the sentiments already presented, especially that of Teacher Ray Gare. Please add my support in considering an implementation of this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Yu, the next speaker has a phone number that ends in 823. Speaker, if you'll unmute. We can hear you.
Good evening.
Go ahead. Please state your name.
Good evening, Board. Michael Eugenio. Good evening, Board President Rios and board members. I am Michael Eugenio. I am a resident of Artesia. I would like to address my concerns about how this board handles public comments. On July 17, 2020, the board held a special meeting to discuss the reopening of schools. On that agenda, there was a section for public comments. However, this board made the decision and publicly announced at the meeting that they would not consider listening to any public comments because Governor Newsom had already made the decision on how schools were going to reopen. This board is a body of governing members that were elected by the voters, and they took an oath to uphold the law. When you come together, you are creating a public meeting, and a public meeting have public comments. Public comments are in the California statute and are protected by the Brown Act. How can you say we are not going to listen to comments because we have already decided what we are going to do? And posting comments online after the meeting is not doing your due diligence of listening to your constituents. This board acted illegally. I am asking this board to agendize this item again at your next meeting. Allow for public comments and then re-vote on this item. As elected officials, you should not be casting a vote on any item without first hearing from the public. By re-agendizing this item, the vote doesn't change, the outcome doesn't change, but you will make it right with many parents that you ignored. I also want to bring to your attention, at the September 8th meeting, I was very bothered about how this board handled extending their meeting past the 10:30 p.m. deadline. There is nowhere in the bylaws that say the meeting can only be extended by an hour. The board policy states that board meetings that need to be extended past 10:30 p.m. must establish a time to end. It does not say 1 hour. This board is making up their own rules. Also, there was discussion on trying to establish the length of public comments and how long they would allow public comments during a meeting. This board is operating outside of their bylaws and it needs to stop. There is nothing in your board policies that says public comments must be heard within an hour's time. Again, this board continues to make up rules as they go. I urge this board to read their board bylaws on how to handle public comments. You cannot deny parents and students their right to address this board by illegally creating your own policies with total disregard of the law. I have read your board policies. It is the 9,000. Every board member should do the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Cynthia Corrales. Please unmute yourself. You have 5 minutes. Cynthia, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Rios, Dr. Sue, the entire board and ABC community. My name is Cindy Corrales, parent of a junior at Whitney, 2 Artesia graduates, a Tracy graduate, grandparent of a student at Tetzlaff and Palms, and past ABC Council PTA's president, and the current Whitney PTSA president. On August 31st, ABC Council of PTAs disbanded. This council had been in existence since 1925. The reasoning placed the blame on ABC Council of PTA's inability to operate according to PTA guidelines and meet the obligations of probation. Previous boards sought assistance from 33rd District PTA several times in the past 4 years to address the issues, hoping for a remedy. Their unwillingness to address the concerns and input of longtime PTA volunteers in ABC opened the doors for people with cruel intentions to destroy what many had worked hard to establish. Individuals who opted to use their role as a PTA officer for their own gain. PTA presidents asked for transparency regarding the actions that led 33rd District PTA to recommend the disbanding of ABC Council of PTAs and received none. The result of disbanding has left PTAs under the helm of 33rd District PTA. There are rumors as to what led to the demise of ABC Council. However, I assure you the actions of an illegal few do not represent the many honest, hardworking, truly dedicated PTA volunteers at our school sites. I encourage you to continue to support these units. It is important for these volunteers to know their time spent raising funds to support our school sites, caring for student outcomes by providing assemblies, school supplies, book fairs, cultural awareness programs, scholarships, now virtual field trips, and most importantly, engaging parents and families and keeping them informed about all things ABC is appreciated. I do have a concern that I feel you need to be made aware of. PTAs and ABC have discussed disbanding. Some prefer not to serve under the helm of 33rd District PTA. They are looking into establishing PTOs, boosters, and foundations. The future of parent involvement in ABC may look much different. I encourage you, be aware of any changes of parent groups at school sites. You do not want to lose touch of the opportunity to engage with parents. There are a new generation of Ernie Nishi, Sophie Says, Olga Rios, Armin Reyes, Louise Dotsons, and Olympia Chens, to name a few ABC leaders who served on PTA boards, not to mention the many PTA board members who went on to serve as employees in ABC. To the ABC community, I say now more than ever, parent family involvement, support, input, a true partnership is necessary for our students.
2 minutes.
And to the parent with the concern for their student, advocate for your child. To be silent is to be complicit. On another note, I encourage you to establish an assistant superintendent position of equity officer. With the prevalence of incidences of racism, bias, bigotry in today's society related to race, gender, and sexual orientation, and new policies and rules of law that seem to be routinely changing, and to provide oversight for the forthcoming Education to End Hate Initiative grant from CDE, there needs to be a point person to research, lead the new equity committee, gather staff, parent and professional input, implement and monitor the programs at school sites, and work to ensure ABC schools evolve to a model representation of a modern, united, diverse community of acceptance and understanding of one another's cultures, identities, and religions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. The next board clerk, the next speaker is Yolanda Williams. Yolanda Williams, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. Good evening to the members of the ABC Unified School District Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Sue. My name is Yolanda Williams, and I am a parent whose children have grown up and graduated in the ABC School District. As an African-American parent who has served on every level of the PTA in this district, I have heard both positive and negative stories from African-American students in the district about their safety, their respect, and their value. With the current climate of our nation and our local communities, I must say that your resolution that you signed in June of 2020 regarding standing up against systemic racism was welcomed. Well, now it's time to do the work. So with that in mind, I am here to introduce to the board an organization that will work with you in serving our African-American students. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated has a 110-year history with over 300,000 members in 9 countries, and including the United States. With our theme, exemplifying excellence through sustainable service, we have partnered with local communities, regional and national organizations with targets such as women's healthcare, economic legacy, and global impact. However, one of our main targets is supporting historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs. We want to educate students, particularly African-American students, on the options and importance of attending an HBCU, as well as assist them with the college entry process. For our organization, this is key. And it just so happens that this is at HBCU week. And just yesterday, our organization raised over $1.3 million for scholarships and endowments in 24 hours. In fact, this was the 3rd year that we had done that. In a desire just to make sure that students, parents, communities are educated about not only the importance of HBCUs, but the options of HBCUs, as well as our CAPS program, which is our college entry process. We want to provide resources and support to parents as they navigate college and career readiness. The Cerritos chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority has been in existence since 1982. And at this time, we are offering our time, our experience, our commitment to serving the students, particularly the African-American students, as they get the educational and the support resources they need. Again, your resolution was welcomed. It's now time to do the work. We are already aware of the Black College Fair, which will highlight some of the HBCUs and the Parent Association of African-American Students. And we intend to
You have 2
participate
minutes, speaker, 2 minutes.
and fully support activities geared to helping the African-American students feel safe, feel respected, and feel valued. The members of the Cerritos chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated will be here, and we're going to do exactly what we do best, and that is to serve and support. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce ourselves, and we look forward to working with the district. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. The next speaker is Dana. Dana, please state your full name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dana Williams and I currently attend Cerritos High School. Over the course of the last few months, many students have come out with their stories regarding sexual misconduct inside of ABCUSD schools. Within 3 months, not much progress has been made as far as consequences. I would like the board members to know that the longer you have waited is the more time you have given perpetrators to get their story straight. You have given them more time to delete evidence that may be on their phone, and you have given them a feeling of comfortability because they know that not even the school board is taking what they have done seriously. To be clear, I know that your policies about sexual harassment are on the agenda tonight. We know that you have policies on this, but your staff and your teachers are not following through. We know that they have yearly trainings, and that's not the problem. They have to follow through on what they are being taught so that your students don't feel, as of most of the time I've heard, that their staff that they have told and the teachers that they have told don't do anything. You need to enforce rules because policies can be there, but without them actually being enforced, they mean nothing. More and more students are going to tend to push their luck on rules that in the past have not been executed properly. I'm not very pleased to say that I am in a school district that does not sympathize with their students, nor do they communicate with their students about important topics. Speaking of communication, it's important and fundamental that communication is used often when community members are asking for help from a school board. It is also that you all, with the exception of one board member, have failed to do. Anyone who is passionate about getting justice for victims knows that this is not an overnight fight and it will not be easy. But we would at least like to know the steps that you are taking to ensure victims' justice, ensure that students are educated on topics such as this, and ensure that your students know consequences if they do something related to this. I am disappointed but not giving up. Please do better as a school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. The next speaker, Board Clerk Yu, is Megan Mitchell. Megan, please unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ABC Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Sue. My name is Megan Mitchell. I'm a proud product of ABC schools, having attended Whitman Elementary and Whitney High School. And while I am the daughter of a retired ABC teacher, I myself am now a teacher in ABC myself, as well as a parent of an ABC student. As a Black woman living in Cerritos, I know all too well how it feels to be a micro minority. Being one of only 7 Black girls in my graduating class at Whitney, I know firsthand how it feels to only see yourself represented in lessons that revolve around slavery, struggles, and civil rights. It is deflating, it is embarrassing, and it is time for that to stop. While I excelled academically, it was not until college when I was able to enroll in women's studies courses and ethnic studies courses, where I finally was able to see the value in people and was able to connect to the curriculum because I was able to see diverse representation from global world changers and people that look like me. It's no surprise that companies like Fortune 500 companies such as Amazon and Google have departments and staff that is dedicated solely to examining equity and diversity within their companies. It should be no different for education, specifically public education, where we are charged with laying the foundation for our future. Within ABC, equality is no longer enough. Equality in American public school systems is what allowed schools to be segregated. Equality is what continues to allow disparities within communities based on their socioeconomic status. It is now time that we move forward and upward from equality and strive towards equitability. Equity is about ensuring individuals are treated fairly and receiving the necessary support that they need in order to be successful. Equity ensures that no matter of race, culture, gender, age, exceptionality, religion, or sexual orientation, that students, staff members, parents, and community stakeholders feel valued, represented, and included. Equity isn't about simply checking off a list to make sure that everyone has the same resources, but it's ensuring that everyone has the resources and support that they need. Diversity is about recognizing and respecting the differences that make us unique and having students, parents, faculty, and all stakeholders realize the importance of creating an all-inclusive atmosphere and environment. Promoting equity and diversity in education.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. It's not only essential for both teachers, but also students. The aim should be to create a classroom environment where all students can thrive and understand that individual characteristics make us unique and different, but not in a negative way. All too many times in ABC, I have sat in classrooms as a student and felt like I was being treated, that I was only there to meet a diversity quota. That has to stop. The ultimate goal of promoting equity and diversity should be to ensure that the generation after us is able to recover and overcome the obstacles that were faced by their predecessors. And I hate to think that my son is sitting in an ABC school right now and feeling the same way that I did over 20 years ago. With the current climate of our nation and our communities, we can no longer continue to sweep the issues that previously and currently plague our district.
You have 1 minute.
I implore the Board of Trustees to not only implement a diversity and equity officer, but to also vote to create a diversity and equity department within the district. I also beseech our Board of Trustees to vote in favor of extending CCEJ trainings to all staff, all students, and parents within the district. ABC is known for its academic excellence. It's time that we are also known for our inclusivity and our diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Hugh, the next speaker is a phone call with the last 3 numbers 441. Speaker, please state your name when you unmute.
Hello. Hi, my name is Cerise Furtado. I am an ABCUSD alumni, Filipina, and first-generation daughter of a single mother. Today, I'm here to amplify our voices of our community and stress the importance of implementing an equity officer within our school district. Having one parent, my mom worked 12 hours a day and was unable to advocate for the needed resources for myself and other students that lack the necessities and support needed to put us at the same level as other schools and students. If I was a 10-year-old elementary student today, I would have no Wi-Fi, nor tutoring, or additional help for my studies. My lack of resources would put a strain on my academic performance, and this is only a fraction of the realities students, especially Black students and students of color, face on a daily basis. With that, it is no secret that our student body is diverse. We have students from different classes, different backgrounds, and different ethnic groups, and that's exactly why it is so important for us to invest in an equity officer. In addition, our school faculty fails to reflect the student demographics. Out of my 12 years within ABCUSD, I have had about 50 teachers, and out of those 50, I've had only one Hispanic teacher and 3 Asian teachers. The rest were primarily white males. With that, I raise this question. Why does the ethnic background of the school faculty reflect our ethnically diverse student body? To prove this observation, the district can simply survey the ethnic backgrounds of teachers and staff at each school site. The data will be no surprise to students and alumni who have long remained silent. Back in June, I held a peaceful protest in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. There we held an open forum where students were transparent about their discriminatory experience within ABC Unified. In the following week, a Whitney student held a protest in front of the district where even more students and even faculty expressed their concerns about the racism our students experience. From microaggressions to vernacular to blatant racism, none of it should ever be tolerated, let alone encouraged and practiced by the faculty that greatly influence our children. On that day, you, the board, stood and listened to all these testimonies. You know that racism is present in our district, so what will you do about it? What will you do to make our schools safer for our Black students and students of color? Will you hold up to your word and make changes or stick to the institutional paradigm? 4 surrounding districts, including Los Angeles, Long Beach, Los Alamitos, and Linwood Unified School District, have already invested in an equity officer, so why have we not done the same here in ABC? By investing in an equity officer, you are investing in our children and you are investing in an empathetic future. Our current climate has shown and proven to us that racism is not dead, and that we all need to intentionally try harder, put in the effort, and make changes against systemic racism and make changes to alleviate the struggles that Black students and students of color combat on a daily. Over 260 parents, students, and people within this community signed a petition requesting that an equity officer assume responsibilities to address equity concerns in our school community. Our Assembly member, Christina Garcia, wrote a support letter to affirm this need and emailed it to the district and board members. We are now asking that the board members and the superintendent consider the importance of continuing this discussion about racial equity within our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Daisy Lagaska. Daisy, please unmute. You have 5 minutes. Daisy?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
5 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Yes, good evening. Thank you, Scott, to the boards and to the parents. With what I heard, I think the kids, these students, have more, their messages have more value rather than those who are really like those, this educated, highly educated people. I think a simple parent as I am, I'm a single mom myself, and I think I admire those students who came out and speak up for themselves, because it's very hard for them. I'm sure it's very hard for them, knowing that some of them are still students in the high school, and when their friends and classmates will going to hear about what they're talking about, it will be hard for them. And I just hope they were not going to be bullied for speaking up of what's happening. And yes, there are policies that the teachers, the staffs will going to go on this training. There are policies, and we can have all those thousands, millions of policies, but if it's not being enforced, it's nothing, it's useless. When I spoke last time, I received response from ABC, and they're talking about confidentiality. These kids already spoke up. What confidentiality are they trying to protect? These kids are already exposed themselves, and they're expressing what's going on, what happened to them. So I'm just wondering what the ABC is protecting. What confidentiality are they talking about? Are they seriously, protecting those teachers or those staffs or those bullies in the school district? A friend of mine told me that I'm supposed to be very careful because I don't know what the ABC is doing or what they have done. But, there are still kids who are speaking up. So that means something is not being done. It's not enough. If ever they are doing something, it's not enough. As I said, they can attend all these 3 to 5 hours annually training and everything. If they are not enforcing it, it's useless. It's nothing. It's meaningless. It's just so simple that I just, we can see in the news about, the school districts reporting to the sheriff, reporting, they are mandated reporter and they're doing it. And we can see them in newspapers. We are seeing that these teachers or staffs or these adults
1 minute.
in the school district are being punished. I'm just wondering if any of those staff that committed these things to the students have punished. And then second, the reason why I called here is I remember Ernie Nishi talk about the representatives, and I hear that one representative is, I guess, is it a sister of Miss Olga Rios? And the other one is a daughter of Letty Mendoza. So it's like, really? I know maybe they are also deserving, but are there any other, how many students do we have in the ABC?
Daisy, your time is expired.
They are the only ones who are going to be representing the ABC.
All right, her time expired. The last speaker that we have right now is Mel Cortez. Mr. Cortez, please unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, board members and everyone listening or watching. The census is due October 31st, and it's very important that for the school district that we get 100% count. So I'm not sure, I haven't seen anything from the district encouraging our families to complete the census. I'm sure it's happening somewhere, but I want to make sure because at the moment, the City of Cerritos has 82% response rate. Artesia has 76% response rate. Hawaiian Gardens, 65%. Lakewood, 79%. Norwalk, 72%. So I've seen a few things happening, but we depend on the census to make sure we get the funding that we deserve. So we need to push this harder to make sure our families respond to the census. My second thing, I know there was going to be childcare for parents and suddenly it was canceled. I did not hear publicly about why it was canceled. So I'm not sure if something I missed, but something that maybe the district could inform parents about tomorrow. There's a program through the county, Child Care for Essential Low-Income Workers. And that opens tomorrow. So it's for parents of students that have parents of essential workers and need childcare. They must meet the income requirements, and they might get childcare until December 30, 2020, from now until December 30, 2020. So that's something that maybe we should push for, because since it was canceled for the district, some parents still need the childcare. One thing that I want to make sure that parents out there know, and district, on March 14, 2020, the day after schools close, I started a group, Facebook group, Teach at Home. Right now we rename it ABC Unified School District Teach at Home. We have almost 900 parents of ABC school students, some teachers, and there's a lot of information that parents get right there between each other, collaboration. So that's a place where a lot of parents are getting information from each other, helping each other, and getting a lot of different ways to help their kids home. So the group, for any parent out there, ABC Unified School District Teach at Home Facebook group. So it's almost 900 parents and some teachers. So I encourage
You have 2 minutes, Mel.
parents to join. Second thing, at the end right here. I keep hearing all the allegations, sexual harassment, racism. I hear about PTA, but I'm mentioning right now because it was mentioned again today. So there's so many things that have been happening for so many years. Not right now. Right now, things are taken care of. Some of the new school board members that came up are taking care of things. But some of you have been there for longer than 10 years, and all this has been happening under your noses. Why now? Why not fix things before? So some of the group that Whitney chose and the district chose, CCHA, I'm glad you chose that group. I was a counselor for them when back there in college, when it was called NCCJ, National Conference for Christian and Jews. I was a counselor with them. I helped, we trained middle schools and high school students and even college. So that's a really good group to help students to learn about themselves. So that was a good choice. And I second what somebody else said. It should not just be a Whitney. Let's try to include other schools and help other high schools and middle schools to be part of this kind of training. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. We actually have 2 more speakers. The next speaker is John D. John, if you could please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is John Darnell, and I'm a resident of Cerritos. I'm proud to live here and enjoy my diverse city, but unfortunately, racism is alive and well. I've attended numerous marches and protests here in Cerritos and elsewhere. We live in a time where we have the chance to make massive change. I am adamantly in favor of the school district hiring an equity officer. Please be on the right side of history and not with the thinking of the past that is both draconian and ignorant. I also know that racism is alive and well in Cerritos. In my city of Cerritos, we have Facebook pages where residents debate the issues of the day. We were recently debating this topic of the school district hiring an equity officer. I was encouraging people to sign a petition in favor of it. There were about 260 signatures. A few days after this started, someone went on the petition page, wrote my name, and said, "Black lives don't matter." This is proof that racism is alive and well. This is not a joke. This isn't just the students who want an equity officer. This is adults. But the students have the energy, and they're growing up with it, and they're sick of it. My neighbors also want it. As for me, I'm a white male who comes from an Anglo background, whose family's been in this country for 350 years. I know our history. It's time that we step up and make more big changes to address our cardinal sin, racism. We can address this in a big way locally by going after inequities. Lastly, I work for the city of LA, and we have an equity officer in every single department, and the city will come up with a big plan to address everywhere inequity exists. It is my hope that this school district makes a plan as well. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, John. The last speaker I have right now is Kirat Chauhan. Kirat, please unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Rios, board members, Dr. Sue. It is how can I put it? We are living in unprecedented times, both in terms of what's going on in the community, students and their rights, and you know my position about equity and inclusion. People have said enough, so I agree with their request about equity officer. But I want to go back to the last meeting that we had. At the last meeting, there were definitely some highlights. The highlights were you got an agreement with your bargaining units about how to best use resources and staff, including bus drivers, to support our schools. Great job. But we also saw a budget that did not make sense. There was a plan to spend $11 million. Some of it was supposed to pay back the furlough. My question one would be why? That furlough should be paid out of the general funds. Why? Because the state gave you your funding for this year and the next year. So that expenditure should be removed from that $11 million. As far as staff training, I agree with that any training that we provide the staff that is going to enhance our student and their ability to learn during this time, great expenditure. One more expenditure I have a problem with, the $800,000 for technology. Unless I misheard, what was said was that this was a part of refresh cycle. Refresh cycle materials need to come out of the general funds. Yes, there is technology needs. You need to expend that $800,000 in terms of whatever it is that the students need. They all don't need a hotspot. I said this before. They may need other devices, other assistive technologies that may help them. But let's not stop at the door of the students. Let's provide our teachers adequate technology so that they can provide good instruction from their home site. That's what the expenditure should be about. It's how you improve and enhance the learning of all of our students. It is not a replacement program for those actions you intended to do. So please reevaluate your expenditure in light of what the money was intended for. And given the fact that you have been assured that you will get money for the next 2 years, you are being held harmless. So stop pawning or sidelining some of this money. It is really bothersome to me and to some of the community members. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, that is all the public comments we have at this time.
Madam President, if you may, point of order, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say that there was a comment in regards to my daughter being a student board member, and I just want to provide some information. I can only speak to GAR because that's my experience, but students actually have to apply to get into ASB, and they also have to apply to become a student board member, an officer. They have elections. So I don't want the impression to be that my daughter had any favoritism or there was preference for that, or for that matter, any student. I think these students work really hard at their schools and they want to be involved. They want to be part of their school's problem solving. They want to be part of leadership. And for anyone to come and comment and say that my daughter had favoritism or anything like that, I will gladly sit here as an elected official and listen to comments from the public, because that's my job. As an elected official, I need to sit here and I need to listen because you are the voices of our students. But when someone makes a comment towards my daughter, and my daughter cannot defend herself, my daughter cannot come and speak against that, I'm going to be the mom and I am going to speak against that. So I please ask, you can make any comments directed to me. I will gladly listen, whether it be good or negative. I will gladly listen, but please, please, I ask, please don't comment on my family. Please be respectful. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and I'm going to chime in because an allegation was made about my sister as well. And I'd like to point out that we welcome public comments, but when people come on here and blatantly lie, I mean, I think we all take offense to that, and our public should take offense to that. I think that people that speak, we value your opinions because either they're opinions or they're based on actual facts. But when people come on here and promote lies, again, I think we all take offense. So thank you, Vice President Mendoza. With that, we will continue with our consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Point of order, Madam President. I asked for some clarification.
Yes. Do we vote? Do we take a motion, then second, and then I'll be asking if there's any items that need to be pulled?
No, I'm sorry. My point of order is for a clarification for the public comments, not for the consent.
Okay. Yes.
Is that possible? Thank you. Just really quick, I'm going to go as fast as I can. But since we have a shorter agenda tonight, I feel like I should take my time, but I won't. I'd like to ask Dr. Sue or any members of the cabinet, are the bylaws, which are created by our board, are they legally binding in the sense that we can be held liable for them, we can be sued in a court of law for them, or are the bylaws which the board creates and approves flexible as long as they conform to law, general law by statute as a whole?
Let me try to answer that, Board Member Dr. Apodaca. Our policies that we have in place, not just the board bylaws, but all of our board policies that we have in place, especially the one on sexual harassment. I have been working on them with our legal counsel. He reviews all of our policies. And so I just feel like they are, in line with the laws that we are governed by.
I won't ask for a clarification because that's an action item tonight. I guess my clarification specifically is for the Brown Act. Given the fact that we are in the middle of not just a national, but a global pandemic, the likes of which our district has never dealt with before or seen before. And Governor Newsom allowed quite a bit of flexibility when it comes to the Brown Act, because folks like myself, my mother's, she has kidney failure. She has 4% kidney function. She's on dialysis. I myself would not present myself in a school boardroom or any other building, right, unless I absolutely had to. And so understanding that, Governor Newsom allowed us as a governing body to, well, use our best judgment to still conform with the Brown Act, but certain flexibilities were allowed to us. Are we tonight, or have we been, including the last meeting we had, where we had a senior partner from AALRR, our law firm, an attorney? Are we, or have we been in violation of the Brown Act by any means, including the allowance or the continuance, because we didn't forbid them, the continuance of public comments, or how we ran our meeting in general? Has legal counsel at all said, hey, you're in violation, you guys have to go back and revote this thing?
No, we have not been in violation.
Okay. And finally, I'd like to ask, I personally like to make a clarification for anybody out there. Family of board members, family of teachers, staff, I'd like to clarify for you, your family is just as sacred to you as my family is as sacred to me. However, I can tell you, to clarify for the public at large, board members are held to a different standard. And by different, I don't mean unequal. In fact, I mean board members do not have the ability to say, I want that person, or that person to be appointed. There's a whole process for every single position, including student positions at the school level in our district, that we as board members are not involved in. Everything from who represents the schools at our, none of the board representatives tonight were selected by the board or recommended by the board. And frankly, I was surprised to hear the names that were put forth. I was happy to hear them because they're qualified. I'd like to clarify for the public. You don't have board members leaning on principals, on cabinet members, or any other administrator in the district. To clarify once again, our job is to take that 10,000-foot view of how we govern based off the recommendation of data that's available to us, and then give the recommendation to the cabinet and our superintendent to move forward. And I will say this, for anybody to implicate in any way, shape, or form that any member of this board, many of which over the years I have disagreed with vehemently, strongly, and passionately, have in any way, shape, or form changed the processes without a majority vote or the outcome of representation in our district without a majority vote is uncalled for. And frankly, with me, you've lost all credibility. And I think that it's important for you to know that even though this board has disagreed on many instances for things that might seem trivial, we as a board as a whole stand united, and we don't want to ever wish the worst on one another. My clarification is, again, we don't have that personal at the school site at the frontline view. We're up here, we're watching, we're offering guidance, and then we let the staff and the school sites take their their orders, so to speak, from the district. I'm incredibly disappointed to hear that somebody would ever implicate us in doing anything like that. I would encourage you, though, if you are so strong in your convictions, do your homework then. And if you can find any remnant of evidence that any one of us had ever implicated or pushed that kind of outcome, even for something what might seem like a minor position, which I assure you, to those students, a very big position. If you really do feel like that, then get some evidence, present it to the board as a whole, and then make your accusations. But for me, that's incredulous. And I'm sorry, after hearing those public comments tonight, there's so many more important things that we have to deal with tonight, that we have to deal with in the future, that we have to deal with as a state and as a nation. They're much more important things. And so I'd encourage all members of the public to keep their eye on the bigger picture here. And if you have any issues with that, you know how to get a hold of me. I'm sorry, Madam President, but I'm not going to allow that. I can't. Thank you.
So, Board President.
Thank you.
So some of us will have a word.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
We're going to save them for the board reports because we're going to move through the agenda. I think I have plenty of comments, but I think we'll save them for the board.
Okay.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second, Mendoza.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately?
Yes, Board President, Sophia.
Okay, Sophia, Board Member Say, go ahead. You did have a clarification.
Thank you. Just for clarification with, I need to ask Dr. Mayfield regarding the page 29 consent item. It seems like same position there. I mean, it's a psychology doctor that we have at Larson. And we also hired another person on page 47, which is tonight action item. It seems that when I look at detail, they're almost pretty much same job description, a little different there. So it's like, we needed two of them, or it's just additional one, how long the contract will be. This one is for 2020 to 2021. Am I right, Dr. Mayfield?
Thank you for the question, board members. These items pertain to potentially specific students who are being assessed because they have very unique and specific needs and require a higher level of assessment. And so depending on the contract amount, if it's for 5,000 or more, we cannot use the consent form that's on page 29. We have to address it as a separate item. And so it really just depends on their fee cost. So if the fee cost is less than $5,000, we can include it on page 29. But if it exceeds that amount, we have to create a separate item for it.
So that's why you have the page 47, additional, another action item for tonight. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so because it's a two position, I got it. So then, okay, then thank you, President Rios, and thank you, Dr. Mayfield.
Madam President, I'd like to pull item 3.2, 3.4, and 3.7 just for quick questions.
Okay, do you want to ask them now?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, go ahead.
3.2, the question would be, what was the first year of the contract? Is there a metric we can point to show some sort of improvement? This would be for item 3.2, renew the contract with education consultant Dennis Parker. I'm sure the teachers are thinking that he's good. I just want to make sure is there a metric that we're saying that he's doing great, and how many, is this the first year of the contract, second year of the contract? The board report doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, so Dennis Parker has been working with Artesia High School for probably over 10 to 12 years. And I would say that their academic data is an indicator of the support that he's providing to the schools to help students to meet their achievement goals.
Great. And so they must be doing better because of him. So that's great. 3.4. Huh? Okay, 3.4. Some of the qualifications, what are the qualifications that the YMCA has for persons who interface with the children? Do they go periodic training, and do they do the DOJ live scan?
So the staff is hired by the YMCA and subject to the YMCA requirements for qualification. Staff are CPR and first aid trained. They also provide other specific trainings that are associated with the YMCA. I'm going to assume that they fingerprint them. I can verify that with the YMCA, but they are cleared through the YMCA to work with our students on our campus.
Do they have training, like young education training or a degree?
Yeah, they are trained. Most of them are in college working on their college degree. For the most part, those are the students who the supports that we have received are typically college attending age.
Okay, and like I said, I presume that they've been live scanned, but
I presume too, but
it's not in the report, so I can't presume it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can follow up and share that in Thursday note.
Thank you. And 3.7, it doesn't give me a dollar figure. It just kind of gives me, I just need a ballpark. It says the cost will vary according to pupils' individual education program, but just ballpark, is it within the budget? How much is the total estimated?
Yeah, so the total estimate for this particular case is about $33,000, but it does vary because if we're in a virtual platform and then they're also virtual, then they're going to go in person. And so there may be some additional costs once in-person services is provided, but it's about $33,000.
Okay, so it would be nice to have just like, at least, I know it's not going to be down to the penny, but just if we put in our board reports a little range of how much it was going to be, that would be really helpful, and I can not have to ask any questions.
Absolutely, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Aye.
Mendoza?
Aye.
Mr. Nishi?
Aye.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to action items. Item 1.2-A, Superintendent and staff recommend we approve the request to adopt the following career technical education textbooks titled Contemporary Business and Business Communications for grades 9 through 12. Motion, please.
So move, Mendoza.
Second by
Second.
Sophia.
Any public comments? Discussion?
Yeah, there is none.
Roll call, please. Thank you.
Dr. Apodaca?
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishii,
Aye.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Se,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Board Clerk Yu, I'll ask if there's discussion, and if I don't hear an answer, I'll move on. If there is, then interrupt me. We'll move
Okay.
quickly. Item 3.10-A, Superintendent and staff recommend approve the request to contract with Catalyst Speech Language Pathology, Inc., DBA Catalyst SLP, Inc., for a speech and language pathologist to provide therapy services for the 2020-21 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Public comments,
There is none.
discussion? Roll call.
Madam President, quickly, did anyone else bid for this contract to provide 120,000 in services?
Board Member Nishi, are you referring to the counseling support?
The 3.10A, the contract that we're approving? The approval to request a contract with Catalyst Speech?
Yeah, so no, we don't go out to bid, or we haven't gone out to bid for these services. We try to contract with various agencies who meet the qualifications, which include appropriate insurance, as well as credentialed staff who can provide the level of assessments and support that we need. Often we have to, and you'll see tonight, we have to contract with multiple agencies because at the time that we need to administer an assessment, the person may not be available. And we have a timeline that we have to meet. And so in order to ensure that we can meet those timelines, you'll see tonight that we're contracting with multiple agencies who are providing similar services so that we can make sure that we can assess students accordingly.
So if I'm understanding, we're having many different companies bid for this particular contract. This one is going to be one of many. We don't necessarily use them, but we could potentially use them in the group of companies that we'll be using.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So it's sort of an RFP, but amongst, it's like not RFP, RFQ more than anything. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's more or less to assure that when we need to assess students, we have qualified people who have already been approved and capable of coming in to assessing.
So you're just looking at the qualifications primarily.
Well, they have to have the credentialing qualification and meet our insurance requirements. So there's quite a bit that they have to do to show that they are able to provide the service to our students, as well as meet our consulting contract requirements.
Okay. It's an RFQ. Thank you. Okay, that's the only questions I had.
President, can I ask one question?
Oh, yes, go ahead, board member Say.
Thank you, President Rio. Dr. Mayfield, on those positions, do we post outside to the agent, or we just automatic, we pick the people who we know are qualified?
So we're part of a SELPA organization that works with Greater Los Angeles school districts, districts throughout the LA County. They have referrals and recommended proven staff who meet the qualifications to provide these assessments and to support students. And so we tend to look to those lists because we know that they've already met a standard of approval by another organization that we are a part of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishii,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Se,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next item, 311-A, Superintendent and staff recommend the approve the request to contract with Dr. John Stevenson, PhD, a clinical psychologist in Torrance. Wait, did I already read this one? Did I lose my place? No. Okay. Will provide an independent educational evaluation and a functional behavioral assessment for students with special needs for 2020-2021 school year. Motion?
So move, Mendoza.
So move. Second,
Second,
Sue.
Apodaca.
Public comment? Discussion?
Madam,
I have questions.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Dr. Mayfield again. It's the same as at page 29. Dr. Mayfield, on the page 29, that person we usually run per hour charge, is this just one time, a yearly? Doesn't matter we use or not use it. What we use more frequently than other position, we have to pay per hour or no, just one time?
So the law allows families to request an independent educational evaluation assessment. That's a requirement by the law. And that means that a parent can request an assessor outside of the school district. And when that request is made, we have to have people who are qualified to provide that specific type of assessment. So this assessor could be one that's being requested specifically by the parent. And because the cost to administer the assessment, attend the IEP, write the goals, and evaluate, the cost for this assessor is $5,000.
So it's like a consultant fee, $5,000.
This person is a clinical psychologist who will be assessing a student in special education.
What about the hourly if we use it more long? I mean, when you say 5,000, it comes on for the year or just
5,000 is for one assessment, but one assessment includes assessing the student as well as writing the IEP goals, attending the IEP meeting, interviewing staff, interviewing parents, and observing the students. And so it's a very comprehensive assessment that's very detailed that this person engages in for $5,000. So that's this particular item. The item that you're referring to earlier, item number 29, that person gives options, hourly options or a flat rate option. And so we are required to have a list of already pre-approved individuals for independent educational services. So again, we're building that list so that if a parent requests it, they're already been approved by the board.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thanks, President.
Thank you. And I would just like to think that our staff is considering if there is a demand for more staff to allow for such services, that we're considering that, because I know that these are tough times and they may be temporary spike in demand. But we've seen a trend with our special ed population. Okay, next item. Oh, I'm sorry, we need roll call.
Madam, just one question. What is a rough order of magnitude of how much we think this? So it's 5,000 per assessment. Do we think he's going to do 10 assessments or just one?
This person is most likely scheduled to do one assessment.
Thank you. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Aye.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Se?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 3.-2A, Superintendent and staff recommend approve the request to contract with Stepping Stone School DBA Pediatric Therapy Services, LLC for a speech and language pathologist and school psychologist to provide therapy services for the 2020-21 school year.
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Mendoza.
Public comments? Discussion?
There is none, Madam President.
Thank you. Discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Aye.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Se?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 3.13-A, Superintendent and staff recommend approve the request to contract with Explore Learning LLC to provide digital science licenses known as Gizmos for grades 6 through 12 for the 2020-21 school year. We have a motion.
So moved, Mendoza.
Second, Sue.
Public comments?
There is none.
Discussion?
Yes, Madam President, I have a question.
Yes.
Dr. Mayfield, if you can just give us some more information about this? I didn't understand it.
Okay, so this is an amazing tool for students, especially who are taking science classes, to have access to real lab simulations. And so as you're aware, we're in a virtual platform. Labs are still a very important part of student science experience. So through these live simulations, students can actually enact real live experiments. They are engaged in project-based learning, inquiry, as well as exploration. They can manipulate different variables to see, well, if I do this, how does it affect the outcome of this? And so it's a virtual platform that allows students to engage in learning through live simulations specific to science standards.
And Dr. Mayfield, will this be incorporated into the daily lessons, or is this something outside of their class time?
This will be incorporated into the daily lessons. This Gizmo software licenses is standards-based, and so it aligns to any curriculum that teachers are using. So if they're teaching like meiosis or osmosis, they can take kids to a lab simulation and let them see how that is actually functioning, how that works. And so it really does support and align to any curriculum area.
Thank you. That's it, Madam President.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Se,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, next item, 13, what is it? 13-1. 13.14-A, Superintendent staff recommend approved submission of an application to the local child care regional office requesting a waiver for licensed exempt child care provider to exceed the limits of the licensure exception. Approval of this waiver allows the district to offer child care during school hours at the locations listed. Motion, please.
So move, Mendoza.
Second,
Second, Apodaca.
Dr. Mayfield?
Thank you. So as you are aware, we opened our child care facility on September the 2nd, and within 2 days, we had to close our child care facility. There were 15 parents who were involved in child care, and those 15 parents were notified that we are temporarily closed until we receive a waiver for child care license. So a little bit of background knowledge or information. Prior to COVID, ABC operated a before and after school license exempt child care program. What the state and as well as governor pushed for districts to offer child care during the school day, that was a changer for us, and it requires us to have a waiver to exempt us as a licensed exempt child care provider. That waiver will then allow us to offer child care during the school day, which is something that we had not done previously. And so in order to attain this waiver, we're now subject to more guidance documents that we must adhere to. The good thing about it is that for the most part, in reviewing all the guidance documents, ABC was already in compliance. We just now had to show proof that we were in compliance. And so we have to provide the first aid and CPR certifications for all of our staff. We have to provide background reports for all of our staff. We have to provide the fire report to show that our facility have met the qualifications or criteria by the fire department. We have to provide our emergency reports. And so now it's just a matter of gathering the various reports and documents to provide to the Child Care Regional Office to indicate that we are and ready and can provide the child care for our students at the schools located. Now, the goal here is just to bring all the elementary schools so the board can approve them in one meeting, because also part of the application is board approval to offer child care. But at our initial goal is not to open up a child care at every school. Basically, the data doesn't support it. You know, we were planning to, we had opened 8 childcare centers. We were staffed at 2 schools for 80 families and only 15 students showed. And so while there was this demand, apparent demand for the fee-based program, it did not actualize when we actually opened childcare. We have started collecting applications for our free childcare. And the free childcare is based on families who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And already we have about 240 applicants. So clearly there's more interest in terms of families who qualify for the free childcare. This process can take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month to a couple of months. And so we don't get to expedite the process. So we get to provide all the documents. Those documents are subject to review by the different agencies, and we hope to be up and running fairly soon. And so we'll continue to provide information to our community as we hear more information back about a potential opening date for childcare.
Okay, with that, roll call. Yeah, roll call, please.
Have a question?
Oh, okay, go ahead, board member Say.
Dr. Mayfield, the childcare, what is the age limit there?
So for our childcare, we're looking at supporting elementary age students. So
Elementary.
Students in grades TK through 6th grade, mainly TK and kindergarten students of older siblings, and TK and kindergarten students who are able to work fairly independently in a childcare type setting.
I do want to say thank you, Dr. Mayfield, and your staff. Board member Ernie, we went to visit the school. We looked at the school, you know, the teacher working so hard, and then the principal, some of them starting set up the room up. And they said, we don't mind, we want to open it. So and we went to see the fountain, drinking water, everything got new set there. And even we went to one of the school, which is Cerritos Elementary School, another school, they have alcohol gel every corner so the kids can use and clean their hands. And this is really, I see the people really walking ahead, even though we haven't opened our school yet, but we are doing the preparation. It was really, I see the done deal there. And I want to thank you and your staff leading the school. Make sure we have a healthy and safe school when we're ready to open the school. Thank you again, though.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Rios.
Madam President, question?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Mayfield, how long will this waiver, how long will it take to get the waiver?
The waiver process can take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month to a couple of months. So we don't have they don't provide a specific timeline as to when they will review the application and approve the application.
If it happens to be within the next 2 months, then we'll notify our communities?
Absolutely. As soon as we get word that it looks like we're going to have an approval date, we'll start messaging our community and getting our students ready to come in to receive childcare services.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
One more question, sorry, President Rios. Dr. Mayfield, do we accept the volunteer, like some of the nursing students I know, especially I'm leading the pediatric right now, they're all looking for a place to volunteer, nurses-wise. And do we accept the childcare volunteer?
At this time, we are not accepting volunteers in any of our school facilities. That's one of the recommendations under COVID. It helps us to ensure that we're keeping groups together for contact tracing in case there is a COVID case. And so we're not accepting volunteers. We have the staff who are ready to provide the childcare.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 3.15-A, Superintendent and staff recommend adopt the 2020-2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. May I have a motion?
So move, Mendoza.
Second, Apodaca.
Public comments?
There's none.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 4.5-A, bid award. Superintendent and staff recommend approve bid award ABC 1559, unit price painting to GDL Best Contractors, Inc. as lowest responsible bidder. Motion.
So move, Mendoza.
Second by
Second,
Sophia.
Sue.
Public comments?
No public comments.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 4.6-A, superintendent staff recommend approve request to contract with Frontline Education for time and attendance management software for 3 years from September 28th, 2020 through September 27, 2023. Motion.
So move, Mendoza.
Second, Sue.
Mr. Wen?
Thank you, President Dr. Rios. The contract with Frontline Education will provide the district with the ability to generate time cards and timesheet digitally so that our employees, almost 3,000 of them, due to COVID-19, they don't have to come in and sign their time cards and timesheets every 2 weeks. You can see the issue with that in terms of keep everyone safe. So because of that, we are looking into a system that work with our current absence management system, number one, and number two, can produce accurately digital time cards and timesheet that the employees can sign digitally so that when it gets to the payroll department, we can process the payroll using the time cards and timesheets generated by Frontline Education. So this is a necessity because of COVID-19, because we have employees working remotely that they don't have to come into the office every 2 weeks to sign time cards and timesheet. And this sufficient legal document for time cards and timesheets for the district with our auditor. So we are recommending the approval of this with Frontline Education. The reason we're recommending Frontline Education is that one, they have worked with our absence management system, so the two can talk, and that would create a seamless transition between the absence management system and the time cards and timesheets. We look at 3 other vendors, Kronos, Hess and Associates, and Time Clock Plus, and we decided that because of cost and compatibility, we are recommending Frontline Education. This is for 3 years. Hopefully, by 2023, Clayco, the County Office of Education, would have finished their best system. Yeah, they're working to upgrade that, and then we can transition into the new best system with the county.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments? Discussion?
There is none.
Yes, Madam President. So really quick, so I've heard of Kronos and Time Lock. Those are pretty name brand ones. How this Frontline Education. So what were some of the, do we like send out a formal RFP to acquire this contract? There's not a lot of information in the board report.
Yeah. So for this one again, because of the service, usually we would just talk to the vendors and tell them our needs. The important thing here is that they have to be able to talk to or compatible with our absence management system that the Human Resource Department currently using. So that's key in terms of cost. The well-known names, as you know, they usually cost more, and they may not provide what we have. So this is tailored to what we have, and the cost is within what we believe is reasonable for the needs.
Okay, so we didn't do like a formal process. We did
No, but we did talk to the other vendors in terms of our needs and what we were looking for, and they came in higher, especially Time Clock Plus and Hess and Associates.
So is there a threshold where we decide we want to do a formal process versus an informal process? Like, is there a dollar figure threshold?
So there's a couple of things. First of all, with services, we don't have to legally go out to to do a formal bid. We can solicit quotes, and depends on the timeline. If something we need urgently, like this is the case where the employees are now working remotely, and we need to have the system in. But usually depends on the dollar amount. I believe in the policy somewhere about $50,000. That's the case, and we would do a formal quote, if you will, of bid. But we always do 3 quotes. Anything over $5,000 as a practice, we get 3 quotes.
And then you have like a scope of work that you determine, and then this is what we need,
Correct.
and that's how it goes.
Correct.
Okay. One quick question regarding the substitutes. Does it cover the substitutes? Because I used to see the substitutes come in all the time, signing these things. It was crazy. Is it going to cover them so they don't have to come in?
That is correct. This covers all substitutes and employees and permanent employees.
Okay.
Yes, it does cover all substitute teachers, and not just teachers, all substitute employees.
Great.
And permanent employees.
Can they get automatic feed into their payroll? You know how?
So it does feed into the payroll.
I mean to their bank account.
Yeah, I think the question you want to ask is whether can they have what is the term? Automatic deposit
for substitute teachers.
Right now we are making it available just to permanent employees because of the uncertainty with the subs, because there's no guaranteed time, but we are exploring that. But right now their checks are being mailed to them.
Because I know that subs are not doing it all the time, but we do have like a stable of subs that normally work for us.
There's both. There's both long-term subs and there's limited term subs.
But not even that. I mean, that they typically will subs for us at least once or twice a week, or maybe once or twice a month.
Like I said, there's both. Yeah, there's both. There could be ones that sub for us every day. There's one that maybe only leave them once in a while.
So maybe those subs could have the automatic payment.
Correct,
into their
deposit.
account.
So that's more with LACO and the county payroll system versus this system. This have nothing to do with that. That's more with the county.
Okay. And then when we switch over to the other county system, are we gonna have the same functionalities?
Yes, it would be plus more. We will be in the 21st century versus the 19th century in the current system.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had to. There's not enough here for me to write, so thank you.
I have a question now, Tuan. I think what President Rios probably just trying to get something. Tuan, I have a quick question to ask you. I heard about you talking about sub for automatic deposit. I know a lot of school does that right now. I know you're going to try that. You just mentioned that you're going to try.
So like I said, right. It doesn't not pertain to this item, but we will look into that and explore.
Yeah, can you please? Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry,
yes,
President, when you come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Item 4.7-A, Superintendent and staff recommend approve request to contract with Zoner Systems Inc. to provide student writer reporting system. Motion?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Apodaca.
Mr. Nguyen? You're muted. I get to say that for once. Go ahead, Mr. Nguyen. Still muted.
Let me test
It's like a
him.
great system, though.
Great presentation. Okay,
I'll
moving
text him
on.
right now. I'll text her.
It's a robust report. He doesn't have to talk.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this ZPass technology by Zona is our student writer tracking and reporting system. We're excited about this, and because when we're ready to transport our students again, The students each will be given like an ID card that they would carry with them. Every time they enter the bus, it would get clocked immediately, so we can track on real time the location, the time, and the date when the students enter and exit the bus. So that's important, you know, if we ever need to do contact tracing with COVID-19. But beyond that, we will always know where our student is, when did they enter the bus. If they enter the wrong bus, it would also been, we will be also notified. The parents, there's a second phase to this, is there will be an app that parents can be part of, where they can always track and know when their student, their child, get on the bus and get off the bus, and where the bus is traveling. So this is a great enhancement to our student safety, that we can track our students, the bus rider, and we can always provide a report real time to know where they are at any given time. And if they, like I said, if they enter into the wrong bus, we know right away. And not only that, this also provide, for every trip, we have to do pre and post trip check verification or inspections, and this will also assist with that too, and keep that on record digitally, so that we don't have to do a lot of paperwork with the pre and post trip inspection with that too. So I'm excited about this item. We again look at 3 vendors and talk to them and get quote and proposal from 3 of them, and we are recommending Zona. Zona actually, I can have a list for you. They are providing this for 39 school districts in California, including the major surrounding one like Long Beach, Orange, Capistrano, and San Diego. So I'm strongly recommending this to the board for approval.
Any public comments?
There is none, President.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tuan. I want to know some more details. Like, I'm thinking of our elementary students. Are they providing lanyards for students, or is that something that the district has to provide?
We will. The district will provide lanyard and an ID card for them. They would carry, you know, on them. The minute they enter the bus, there'll be a reader on the side of the bus that would read that and track that and click that immediately.
Okay, so eventually, when this does become, you know, usable, we're going to train our students and our parents on this, because they're going to be the ones who have to learn how to scan themselves, right?
No, it's automatic. All they have to do is walk past the machine, and the machine picks up automatically.
Okay.
So all they have to do is wear the lanyard with the ID card.
With elementary students, that can be challenging sometimes. Just letting you know.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Anybody else?
I just have one quick question. When you say the lanyard, you're hanging there, right? The neck, is that not safe for the kindergarten to the first grader though?
So we can have the lanyard, or we can have the clip, but the lanyard is always breakable, you know, for safety purposes. If something will pull, it breaks away.
See, that's what I'm worried about. Also, can hang by something accidentally.
So we can do the clip or the lanyard, and it's breakable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm just thinking about safety. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, roll call, please.
I'm sorry. I didn't know if we were going to go in order or not, Madam President. I was waiting to be called on.
Go ahead, Board Member Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Tuan, does this have to do with the Pauli school safety bill, which was passed by retired State Senator Tony Mendoza? Which was
Actually,
SB 1072.
Right. I actually no. This has to do with more COVID-19 and the safety and how we do contract tracing and all of that. I'm not familiar with that bill that you mentioned, but I can look into that and see if this meets the requirements of that bill.
Okay, well, and the reason why I bring it up was that for this school year, it was brought up. I believe now it's the extension was Senate Bill 1269, but you know, making sure that our students are where they say they are, where they should be. I just want to make sure that we give credit where credit's due, because that did become, you know, that whole thing came up with you know, Pauli, which is a story you can share if you'd like, with regards to, you know, student safety, especially our special needs students who are, you know, being transported via bus. And we've had incidences, not in our district, I'm sure. But I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to see if that was connected.
Right. Thank you for that. Now that you say that, it does do that where that it would let the driver knows that there's no student would be left on the bus. You know, now that they have remembered with the bill, they have to go to the back of the bus and press a button to inspect the bus before they can vacate the bus. So yes, it will be part of that too, and it will do that for the driver also. So thank you for that. It is part of the. It will meet. We are meeting the poly requirements already. This will also help with that.
Okay, and I just wanted to encourage any members of the public, read about the Paul, P-A-U-L, Lee, L-E-E, school bus safety law. And it's actually interesting. Something that seems so simple can actually be quite devastating to a family. So I just wanted to make that comment and introduce that there. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Aye.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Aye.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. The next are now informational items. We will move on to item 1.3-I or 1, board policies on sexual harassment. Dr. Su.
Madam President, can we take a short break?
Yes, that's what I thought we were going to be doing next.
Yes.
You know,
That's a good idea.
Apodaca second.
Breaks. I agree. Thank you. Yes, 5-minute break, please.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One bite at a time. One bite. All you have to do. Come on.
Okay, I think we are all back. If not, please come back, board members. Okay, I think we're all trying to sneak in a little dinner. Dr. Sue, board policies on sexual harassment.
Thank you very much, President Rios. I've been working with our legal counsel, Jim Baca, to review our sexual harassment policies for the past several weeks. He feels that we have strong policies in place for our district. In our district administrative regulations regarding sexual harassment for employees, we already address potentially sexually harassing social media. It's not necessary to revise District Administrative Regulation 4018.1C, and this is for all personnel. They are proposing revisions to Administrative Regulations 5145.7, which is for students, that explicitly include social media as a sexually harassing electronic communication. They also propose revisions citing provisions of the Education Code supporting the district's authority to discipline students for sexually harassing social media that originates off campus. But before I continue, I would like to have Dr. Christina Wise, Director of Secondary Schools, Tim Catlin, Supervisor of Child Welfare and Attendance, as well as Melinda Ortiz, Director of School Services, provide just a brief presentation of what and how our district processes a sexual harassment charge. Following their presentation would be Dr. Gina Zietlow, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, who will also share information regarding all personnel involved with any of these charges. Dr. Christina Wise.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sue. Good evening, Board President Rios, as well as our board members, to our superintendent and our cabinet. We are so excited for the opportunity to be able to present and talk about the policies and procedures that we have here in ABC Unified School District. I've been working with Tim Catlin for the past month, being that I'm new to the position, but not new to, and our board policies and procedures are not new. Tim is an expert in the area of Ed Code here for us in ABC, and so he's going to be working with me as we present information for us regarding sexual harassment and students here in ABC. Next slide, please. Our objective in our presentation is really to define sexual harassment, review the board policy, how we in ABC handle complaints, to also look at the FERPA laws that support and protect students as well as EDCO, and really looking at the campaigns that we are be using in ABC to support students in the event that they need support from us as administrators here in the district. Next slide, please. With that being said, we're going to refer or begin our presentation with Tim Catlin, our Supervisor of Child Welfare and Attendance. Joy, if you
go ahead.
Joy, if you don't mind opening up that data report for us.
Well, thank you, Madam President, board members, Dr. Sue, and thank you, Dr. Wise, for the opportunity to present here. It looks like we got blocked out of our data, but what I'm going to do is begin by stating that the data that's going to be shown is a 5-year history of suspensions related to just the ed code that results in a suspension for sexual harassment, which is 48900.2. As we work to get that data up, what's going to happen is I'm going to kind of explain a little bit about what it means. Once a sexual harassment allegation is brought forward, and I'm going to go through in detail what that is, it may not result in an actual suspension for sexual harassment. It might be a suspension for bullying or some other kind of violation. It also may be a more minor consequence, which is built into the ed code, which states that we should provide other means of correction at all costs prior to suspension. However, we do suspend for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move on, and we'll work later to try to get you that data so you can see it. Next slide, please. So about June of 2019, the board approved Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5145.7. The opening line of that board policy is set in front of you in that first paragraph, but I want to emphasize what it provided the schools when it comes to evaluating and investigating any allegation of sexual harassment. So I'm going to read to you very quickly on that second paragraph. Prohibited sexual harassment includes, but is not limited to, unwelcome sexual advances, unwanted requests for sexual favors, or other unwanted verbal, visual, or physical conduct of a sexual nature made against another person of the same or opposite sex in the educational setting. And so there are several conditions that we're going to talk about here, but the board policy is very broad. But I'm going to go to the next slide, please, and explain what we are promoting at the school site as far as a checklist. So next slide, please. So this checklist is something that we emphasize to our school administrators, that annually we should be working as hard as we can to make sure that they are aware of what it is that we have to have in place to be in compliance with any kind of sexual harassment allegations, and what we should be doing to promote to our students solid messaging. One, what the definition of sexual harassment is that we have a message that students do not have to tolerate this, finding ways to encourage students and have them feel safe in reporting, a clear message that student safety is our district's priority, and then also clear message that every sexual allegation is that involves a student shall be investigated and prompt action shall be taken. We're going to actually go over these areas again. So I'd like to go to the next slide, please, involving investigation. So in the district, we try to provide as much of a process as possible for every kind of discipline code, but in particular for sexual harassment. In the board policy that was approved in June of 2019, we came up with this this line of investigation, the process. So first of all, a complaint that is reported by a victim or a witness or anybody is then going to be investigated to assure that if it is an allegation and it is a valid complaint, that we will take action. Notification to the district is extremely important because we need to know if something's coming down the pike, that we're available and we're ready for any further appeal or complaint if it doesn't meet their satisfaction as far as the investigation goes. Of course, we always want to take appropriate action, and I just want to emphasize that under the Ed Code, certain allegations and Ed codes that are suspendable cannot be utilized on a first-time offense. We are required by the Ed Code to provide other means of correction. The sexual harassment Ed Code falls under that rule. So generally, what we will do is do as much as we can to educate, prevent, and keep this type of thing and stop it from happening. And then, of course, we record all allegations that come in involving sexual harassment, whether it was deemed sexual harassment or not. And it's put into our student information system. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm just going to briefly go over what other means of correction is. As I just stated, that there's only 5 Ed codes that you can suspend a student for on the first offense. Since we're talking about sexual harassment here, if it would have to be very severe or pervasive for a principal to make a decision to suspend on the first time offense. However, there is a lot of, under the other means of correction rule, there's a lot of steps that we take to try to curb that behavior. It works the same with bullying or any other kind of possible severe or pervasive activity on a school campus. So as you can see here, we discuss with our school sites that we should redirect, we should keep our eyes and ears open at all times. We should listen to our students, counsel them when needed, call parents if we see that allegations or that there's a suspected possible sexual harassment. And then of course, the teacher or witness or victim or whoever should report to the office so that we can take the next step of action, and that is to investigate thoroughly. It's always important to do that, and it states it clearly in the board policy. We want to follow progressive disciplinary actions that are stated at the school with any kind of things, other means of correction, and then of course provide intensive intervention and prevention first before we do anything, because we're trying to educate and correct behavior. However, if suspension is needed, which in many cases is, the Ed codes that we have provided our administrators fall under 48900.2, which is sexual harassment, 48900R, which is bullying, and then of course 48900I, which is an obscene act. If it progresses beyond that and severe and pervasive enough, the student could be sent to the committee at the district office, the student evaluation committee, and an involuntary transfer could take place to where the student is moved to another school, or if it goes beyond that, expulsion, depending on the severity, could be from 6 months to 1 year. Next slide, please. All right, so it is important to keep in mind that all incidents of student records and in discipline require us to be very confidential. But in particular, in the board policy that was approved back in June of 2019, that confidentiality is written in there, that all complaints and allegations of sexual harassment shall be kept confidential, except what is necessary for the investigation or consultation. So we're not sharing that information. Another thing to keep in mind is that FERPA, which is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, is the umbrella that says we do not share student information unless we were given permission by the parent or the guardian. And then of course we have an Ed code, which is 49076, which also emphasizes the fact that school districts shall not permit access to pupil records to any person without permission from the parent. So this is an important aspect to our board policy, and anything that we do, that we line it up in that way, because it's even the victim, the perpetrator, and the complainant have the same rights under the Privacy Act. Next slide, please. All right, well, so what often happens, sexual harassment, as you saw in the definition, is very broad, but one of the areas that we have to address as administrators, school officials, is inappropriate student photos that might be sent from one student to another or from who knows where. But the inappropriate student photo I'm referring to is that of a minor. So what we have done, and we have maintained this as administrators and as a school district, that incidents that may not have happened at school and do not connect to school, but are reported to us, that we encourage families to report to law enforcement, because of the main fact that any inappropriate picture of a minor is a crime, and it could be legally addressed. And I'm gonna explain that here in a minute. However, if the sexual harassment did involve a student photo and it requires verification, that we encourage our administrators to utilize law enforcement to assist them in the search of that. In this particular case, because of the sensitivity and the fact that it's illegal to possess or distribute any kind of student photo of somebody who is under 18 years old. So administrators should not confiscate the phone. So we tell our administrators that and hold it. They can keep it on the edge of their desk while police comes in, and then the phone can be searched by the police and they can make that determination. And of course, if it produces evidence of a suspendable offense under sexual harassment or expellable, then of course they would notify child welfare and attendants, and we would consult and work on this in the most appropriate manner. So the last slide that I have here today, I just want to emphasize this, and the reason why I'm so somewhat intense about this. Next slide, please. Is that the penal code, basically 311.1, 311.1, 311.2, and 311.3 indicate this, that it is illegal in California to produce, possess, or distribute obscene manner of a child under the age of 18. Violation of this law applies to any obscene image of a child, whether it's a hard copy or an electronic image. When a text message depicts obscene images of a minor under the age of 18, the person who takes the photo, sends it as a text, or just simply possesses the text can be prosecuted under the child pornography statute. And the law applies to minors as well as adults. And so the takeaway from this is that when we are dealing with this sensitive a matter regarding sexual harassment, it's very important that we educate our young people that they are just as culpable as the adults are. So at this point, though, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Weiss, who's going to basically enlighten you with the efforts that we're making from this board policy to really campaign and get the message out that we're working very hard to curb this on our campuses. So Dr. Weiss, thank you, and you may take over.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate all of your efforts in educating us as a district. Moving to the next slide, Joey. Our campaign message for us as a district, and I want to thank Scott Smith and Stephen Sipta for all of their help and really helping us to create appropriate campaigns as we're going to move forward in this new school year in supporting our students. And so what you see here is an actual flyer that we are promoting, that we want our students to feel safe. And the reason why we want to feel safe, because we want kids to know to take it seriously, because we do. So if they're experiencing bullying, online harassment, abusive language, sexual orientation, physical or written threats, racial discrimination, or sexual orientation, our directions here on the document is to contact your teacher, your school counselor, or your school principal so that we can help. As well as we've also listed here the district safety tip line so that students can also report anonymously. And again, that phone number is answered by our IT department as well as our child welfare and attendants. And so we have an expedient group that is ready to answer the phone calls of students. But in sexual harassment, I think the biggest thing for students and to ensure that we're safe, that we are doing proper messaging as it's stated in our board policy, that students' safety is our district's primary concern. Students will know what are acts and behaviors that are sexual harassment, and what to do in case sexual harassment occurs. They do not have to endure sexual harassment here in ABC. Every allegation involves sexual harassment for our students will be investigated and actions will be promptly taken. Students will remain safe during any investigations, and students should know that we have procedures for investigating complaints. And more importantly, all students and parent guardians have the right to file a civil or criminal complaint in the event that students have been felt or treated uncomfortably here in our school. Our biggest message is take it seriously, students, because we in ABC do. We're gonna move to our next one, Joey, please. So our thoughts are we should really campaign for our students because our #1 issue in schools are really having to do around social media when comes to harassment. We're a little bit concerned about if students are doing this behavior, what can we teach them to help them do something differently? So on our homerooms and advisories, we're going to actually have a campaign that will happen across our K-12 program to ask students to think. Before you post social media, ask yourself, is it true? Is it helpful? Is it I for inspiring, N for necessary, or K for kind? This will be a campaign across our K-12 environment because we really want our students to think about what is being posted on social media. So our thoughts are teaching our students to think before they post. I also wanted to list some things for you so that you would know some of the procedures and policies that we have in ABC to really support students and making sure that we are the proper adults to make sure that students feel safe. So #1, every year we have mandatory training for all employees and anyone interacting with students on our campuses. One of the trainings is entitled Sexual Harassment, Sexual Misconduct, and also Mandated Reporter, which brings me to my next slide. In this mandated reporting responsibility for all employees in our district, I've listed the telephone number again, another number for students that need protection to be able to call. But we hope that their first line of defense is really working with our schools. Our third is really curriculum instruction and going back again to talk about how we're instructing our students. So here on the slide, you will see elementary schools in 4th and 6th grade use their health standards to cover bullying and harassment. We've listed some of the things that they do in both of those classes. This is taught in our health classes. And we also support PBIS. So in all of our elementary schools, PBIS is a positive behavior support plan that we have for our students in that program. Moving to our next one in high school, we also have sexual harassment lessons in our positive prevention plus curriculum, and that's in our middle school program and our high school program. We know that less than 5% of our parents opt out of health classes or sexual training in our high school and in our curriculum. But that means the majority of our students have the opportunity to learn. If you look at our secondary curriculum, you'll see some key terms that are taught there: sexual harassment, bullying, nonverbal communication, and meaning yes means yes and no meaning no. In high school, there are other terms that are far more appropriate for their age level, but to talk about sexual, emotional, physical, and verbal abuse, sexual harassment, bullying, nonverbal communications, sexting, sex trafficking, and really consent in our high school programs. Our next support for our students is really our mental health provider. We use a large sum of our LCAP money to support so that all elementary schools and middle schools and Tracy have one mental health provider, and our high schools have 2. But if you look here, there has been work that has been done to make sure that there's a thematic theme where our mental health providers are supporting our students each month at our school sites. I do want to make note that in order to be a mental health provider here in ABC, it requires a master's degree in social worker, psychology, or clinical counseling, or marriage and family therapy. And so each one of our mental health providers have done dozens of hours in order to be a mental health provider here in ABC. I'm gonna go to the next one, Joy. Our #6 item is that we actually use our principals meetings to update each of our principals and administrators on ed codes, disciplinary guidelines, and matrix. This year, we've added AP meetings in a consistent manner. So every other month, we'll be meeting with our APs to really continue this information about what we're doing in terms of ed code and our schools have consistent policies and procedures. And I think the biggest thing that you will see here is our constant meeting about see something, say something. In order for us to support our students, we must have knowledge about what's going on. And so we're going to hope that our schools have established enough trusting relationships so that our students have safe places to go and meet with our mental health providers, as well as counselors, nurses, and administrators. Last but not least, I cannot emphasize enough the safety helpline, tip line that we have. And again, it reinforces this whole thought that I can call for myself or I can call anonymously for a friend. What we sincerely mean, see something, say something, so that we can ensure the safety of all of our students. In our last meeting with Mr. Catlin and myself and the assistant principals, we confirmed with each one of our high schools about their virtual plans in our virtual platform. In the past, in the years before our virtual platforms, we would have assemblies to meet with students. We wanted to ensure that those virtual plans were going to still be in place while our students are in the virtual environment. So we will ensure staff safety and training that have already taken place in our schools. That we have human resources, which includes our mental health providers, as well as counselors and principals and nurses to support our students' needs. Our policies are listed in our handbooks for each one of our handbooks that are given to our students every year. And we will be updating all web pages to include our Think campaign, as well as our Take It Seriously Because We Do. And again, I want to remind us that in our virtual assemblies, we are really working with our students to create plans about this digital footprint, because many of our students are not aware of the impact this digital footprints do in social media. And our jobs are really taking it seriously to inform our kids and to teach our kids better so that they do better in this virtual environment to make sure everyone is safe. With that, I hope that you can see the work that is happening in ABC to support our kids and know that we are taking it seriously about their concerns about sexual harassment here in ABC. But more importantly, that ABC has the personnel and the staff to support our students here on our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina and Tim. Next is following with Dr. Gina Zietlow.
So good evening, everyone. And as we reviewed all of the items for our students this evening, many of the same processes and practices really for investigation and promptly looking into issues apply with our adults as well. In terms of our board policy that applies to our employees, the board policy 4018.1C prohibits sexual harassment, and it prohibits retaliatory behavior against someone who complains or reports sexual harassment. It also applies to employees and other persons that are on district property. Maybe they're an intern or a volunteer or a contractor. And so the policy would apply to any adult working in our school settings or working with our programs. The consequences met out in this policy really deal with looking at if an employee engages in sexual harassment or encourages it or is part of inciting it, they then are subject to disciplinary action up to and including dismissal. There are really a number of things that the policy lays out for us to do with our employees so that we can take action to ensure prevention, investigation, and then correction of that behavior. We provide our training, as you've heard this evening. In addition, we publicize and disseminate the policies. And this happens in a couple of ways. It's posted around in all of our sites, at all of our schools, in all of our departments, and it gets updated. Human Resources regularly reviews, make sure the data is up to date, and then we print out and send out to our sites new posters and information that needs to be posted. In addition, all employees at the start of every school year are given a set of annual notifications. And as part of that are the sexual harassment policies and practices. We work to have prompt, thorough, and fair investigation. And if there's an allegation between two employees, we investigate those as quickly as we can through human resources and working with site administrators. And the same is true if there is an allegation between a student and a staff member. Those are also investigated promptly and as quickly as we are notified about them. Our goal in everything is to take timely and appropriate corrective action. And so that action can look in different ways. It may mean that we have an employee who isn't at work for a while we investigate. It may mean that we have to, as part of a corrective plan with training, change the employee's spot where they are working in planning how to correct the behavior moving forward. Another piece of this policy is that we evaluate the effectiveness of the district's strategies and preventative plans. And so employees will be receiving shortly here after the 1st of October an feedback form and evaluation form of the trainings that we provide and areas where they think we need additional prevention or growth. And so that will be coming out shortly. In terms of just reporting and complaints, if anyone feels that they have been sexually harassed or if they believe that they've witnessed it, they are encouraged to report that to their supervisor, or if they're not comfortable with their supervisor, they can report that to Human Resources. We take all of those reports seriously. We begin to work with the people involved that have reported to investigate and gather information to determine if we need to take further action in regard to what has happened. In addition, if there are complaints of sexual harassment that are filed and investigated, there is a process under Administrative Regulation 4030, which is our non-discrimination in employment policy. And an employee can file a complaint directly with HR and we will investigate as well. So all complaints, allegations, everything must be kept confidential to the extent necessary, just like with students, in order to ensure that we have not violated privacy rights as we work with employees and students. And so many of the processes and procedures that are followed with students are also followed with adults. And we definitely work to investigate and remediate if we can, or address the issue more significantly if we need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. I just want to give an opportunity for Melinda Ortiz to just say a few words about how we handle our complaints regarding sexual harassment.
Good evening, Board President and board members, Dr. Sue, thank you. I think that Dr. Wise and Mr. Catlin did a wonderful job of sharing how we're working to prevent any type of sexual harassment in our schools. Specifically to the elementary schools, PBIS is one of the strongest holds that we have in helping to reduce any type of sexual harassment, but we approach it more at the level of bullying, where PBIS is a system where we work with adults and students to teach them how to respect and treat one another so that we don't get ourselves into these bullying type situations. They learn how to establish positive and preventative environments that reduce the effectiveness of bullying behaviors. So in our elementary schools, PBIS, as I shared before, is pretty much our stronghold in this area. We do have some curriculum in our health adoption, but it is a little bit of an older adoption. So more of it is towards recognizing stranger danger. We're looking forward to new curriculum and new guidelines that will be coming out, which I understand will be coming up very soon, to address some of the sexual harassment issues actually at the younger age and with younger students. But as Dr. Wise shared and also Mr. Catlin shared, following the procedures to recognize the situation, and our principals and teachers address it immediately with the student and with the parents, and working to work with the child to learn and prevent any future incidents of a situation that could lead to sexual harassment.
Thank you so much, Melinda. I know that in our chat box, there were questions about the data that Tim was going to share, and we're trying to work it out with Joey Machado. At this time, can we entertain questions?
Dr. Su, are we having public comments on this information item?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Are we going to allow public comments on this informational item?
We can. Are there any public comments at this time?
Sorry, are there any public comments, Madam Clerk? Not, we'll move to discussion.
Actually, there are 4 hands raised right now. I'm sorry. This is Scott. We have 4 hands raised right now for public comments, if you're ready. All right. The first one is Dana Williams. Dana, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. After listening to that, I can definitely tell that you guys rushed through that, and it's been 3 months. The reality is that we don't feel safe, and your staff has not taken action. Students report and it's thrown to the side and it's forgot about. It's been 2 years for me. Imagine how I feel. I ask that you go back to all the filed complaints and you reevaluate what you have actually done for these victims. Do you seriously think that students shouldn't be offended, shouldn't be suspended on their first offense? Are you serious? Do you know how serious this is? Do you know what it does to the victim? Because I don't think you're sympathizing and I don't think that you're understanding. If an inappropriate picture of a minor is illegal, then why aren't you doing everything that you can? Why aren't you doing everything that you can to make sure that it doesn't spread around the school? Because that's what happens. You guys are the board members. You are not inside these schools. You have no idea what actually goes on and the feelings that people actually have. Your actions speak way louder than your words. Seriously. Your actions have not been delivered, and it's a huge problem. This is reoccurring and you're not doing anything about it. It just keeps getting buried, and all you do is just say, we're gonna do something about it, and you never do. Do you remember in 2013 when a student was abused by a paraeducator in your school district? That person still walked free today without any consequences. You say you're wanting your students to feel safe, but the reality is that we don't feel safe. We don't feel safe talking to a teacher or a staff member because they have done nothing in the past to help us. They have never been on our side. Your procedures and policies really mean nothing if they are not carried out. Your yearly trainings mean nothing if they are not carried out. I see a whole lot of talking about what you're supposed to do and not actually doing it. You're supposed to fulfill the requirements of your community, but there has been no justice for the victims. You rushed through the meeting after 3 months. I don't know how many slides, but you rushed through every single one and you're not doing enough educating. Why aren't you educating before the fact? You're not supposed to educate after it happens. You're supposed to do it before to ensure that this doesn't happen. There was no priority in this situation, I can definitely tell. You have not been acting like adults, and us students have been forced to step up and start acting like adults. We expected high school to be the best experience of our life. And I never thought that as a junior, I would be attending a school board meeting fighting for people to receive justice when they should have received justice months ago and even years ago. As I said earlier, you need to do better and you need to start acting like school board members and start acting like adults.
All right. The next speaker is Kira Chauhan. Mr. Chauhan.
Well said, Dana.
Yes.
The sexual harassment policy is missing a phrase from my perspective. I've read it, and it's missing something to the effect: the employee receiving a complaint shall file a complaint with the Child Protective Services. It doesn't say that. In essence, let's go back to the status quo of one adult reporting to another adult who reports to another adult, which is why we're in the mess that we are. There has to be some change in the language. That expectation is written in Board Policy 4018, and again repeated on Board Policy 5145. You have to explicitly tell your staff, if they receive a valid complaint that they believe is believable, that their first priority is to report it to CPS. Then inform the principal, do everything that you need to do. I understand the process, but you are then, if the way the policy reads, you're trying to very cleverly circumvent the intent of the current requirements, why everyone needs to be trained. So it's bothersome to me that we don't have the language that we need to have. Also, I need to understand, or need people to understand, no board policy, no MOU, no agreement can supersede the law. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Meldy. Meldy, can you please unmute yourself and state your name?
Hi, good evening. My name is Meldy Aces. I just joined in this call, so I didn't hear the whole thing that was going on, but I noticed the meeting was about the sexual harassment, and I wanted to say that Cerritos High School has completely failed my attempt to get justice for my daughter. And since we reported this to the school, there's no action that has been delivered. Yet the principal is very active in being against sexual harassment, as he says, keeping his students safe. I don't see any of that. I don't see any actions. Nothing has been done since we complained. I know this has started sometime in July of this year. I want to see some actions. I mean, at least when I spoke with the principal, all I got from him was, oh, I can only give him a behavioral, behavioral, some kind of, punishment for the student that went against my daughter. So the thing is, what I'm asking is, we need to see justice, some kind of action coming from the board, someone coming from your side, that we need to see that you're on our side. We need to see that the kids are actually getting some kind of justice for this type of harassment. My daughter is going through a lot of things right now. She has to see a therapist just to go through this whole thing. She lost a lot of things. She's gone through so many different things, the hospital, I mean, like to the doctor, everything else. So I want to see that all other kids doesn't have to go through all this things that my daughter is going through. We want to see something. I know that you guys have been going through all these meetings, discussing all this, what needs to be done, but we need to see actions. And that I want to iterate that Cerritos High School has definitely failed my attempt to get justice for my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more hands raised.
I'd like to go on to any discussion.
Rios, are you there?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Okay, at this time, we'll move to board comments. So I'll go down the list. Vice President Mendoza?
May I make a suggestion to maybe start with the other round? Instead of starting with me and Vice President, just start with maybe Sophie or, Ernie.
So I just go through the list that's listed on our agenda. I think it's easier for me to keep track of who's. Okay. Thank you. Vice President Mendoza?
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a couple of questions. We didn't get a printout of the PowerPoint, did we? Can you, is it possible to bring it up? I want to go back to the slide that shows, I guess, consequences, maybe consequences. If you can pull that slide up, please.
We sent the PowerPoint presentation last Thursday.
Oh, I don't think I got it. I wasn't in my packet.
Yeah, it was in my packet.
I didn't get it either, but
Part of the board briefing. It was included in the board briefing.
But it wasn't in our packet with our agenda packet. Like,
no, it was a part of the board briefing.
Yeah, no,
Email.
I see.
Dr. Sue, if I could just make a suggestion, we're all on Zoom, our eyes are really tired, and I know looking at it, I know it's changing, so if we could get a printout of it, it just makes it easier looking at paper instead of the computer all the time. There was one that I wanted to pull up and I wanted to reference it. It said where if there were photos that were found or possibly photos on a phone, that it's highly recommended to call law enforcement. I would like to make a recommendation that if there's any suspicion that there are photos of minors, that we do call law enforcement. That is not highly recommended, that it is a must, that you need to call law enforcement. If there's any suspicion that there are inappropriate sexual photos on a phone, that we do not just sit it there, that we make a call to law enforcement and we let them come and find the photos. I'm not comfortable with saying highly recommended. I'm more comfortable with saying staff has to call law enforcement. And I think that would make it more of a serious issue, that parents don't see that we're trying to, cover things up, that we absolutely are getting law enforcement involved with that one. So I don't know if this is going to be an action item for next meeting, if we can make that change in there. Another one is, and I don't know if you can break that up. If you could bring that up. Okay, I'll just go on to the next one. The next one is ABC safety tip line. Who answers that phone? When I call as a parent or a student, who answers that phone? Who am I going to?
Child welfare and attendance. So that would be Tim as well as Bill Hunley, and also the IT department.
Why is the IT department involved? Is that because?
Tim, you want to help me out on this question regarding IT and their support?
you're muted.
Okay, so yeah, I see that. So it's a recording. It goes to a recording and we monitor it. So IT is involved because we have more eyes on when the recording comes in. So it's an anonymous tip line that's recorded. We get a printout and we also get the recording. So that's why IT is involved. So we have more people involved in seeing these come in.
So it's not an actual live person that I'm going to speak to. It's going to be a recording that I leave?
Correct.
Okay. And I think, we have a lot of programs in place, but I know, and Dr. Apodaca, whoever else can help me, there was a student of ours at ABC who's doing a program called We Rise Above.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see if we can reach out to her and get her involved, because being an educator in the classroom, I've learned that kids learn from each other. They want to hear from their peers. And I think we have a wealth of knowledge right here in our ABC community with our students, and they listen to each other. You can tell that they share things on social media. I would love to work with her and see if we can get some kind of program going where she can come out to our schools, especially now virtual. We don't have to go to the schools and do an assembly. We can do it all virtually. She's already done this. If we can work with her and do that. Another one, I know that we're working on cyber safety with our little ones. I know that we have some programs. What is the name of the program that we use to teach kids about cyber safety? Does staff know? No.
I'm sorry, it doesn't come to my mind at this point, but I can find that out for you.
I think that would be really great, and to make sure we're showing that to all of our students in the elementary. I know of a nonprofit that's called Safe Surfing. They do an amazing job. I worked with them before, and it's at their level, and it really speaks to them. But I think we need to start at the younger years and build it up. As they see it, they hear it over and over again. And then are we looking at our policy? Are we not making any recommendations for policy, for changes to our policy? Is that what I heard you say, Dr. Sue?
Yes, we are making a change to AR, which is our board policy administrative regulations 5145.7.
Okay, there's a couple recommendations, and I know we've already worked on this, but on page 59, the first paragraph, last sentence, a supervisor or administrator who receives a harassment complaint shall promptly notify the coordinator or superintendent. I like to make it both. I like to make it both that the superintendent and the coordinator know that. Are we going on to 5145.7? Yes.
This is an information item. I don't think we're making changes right here, right now, are we?
I'd like to see those recommendations made so that when it comes to action, it's already done.
So we'll end up spending time debating this when it becomes an action item. So I feel like we'll have this discussion all over again if we do it now. So I'd like for all of us to consider really carefully reviewing this policy. I think we all share the idea that, you know, we care about our students and we absolutely want to continue to enhance measures to help people safe and supported in our schools. So again, you know, it's an informational item. I like for you to take into consideration the public comments, the discussions that we've had throughout the summer and into today. And when it does become an action item, that we voice our suggestions, recommendations, opinions, etc.
Okay, I will stop asking my questions, but I just want to make a comment that in previous meetings, we've had board members who have gone 20 minutes long asking questions. So I would hope that the next meeting that I get time to make my recommendations. Thank you, Madam President.
So, I mean, we still have that option. I'm still going to go through the list. So if people want to continue with questions, you're more than you can. I mean, notice that it is 10:09. And so we have about 20 minutes left of this meeting before we extend it.
Okay, so Madam President, may I continue or do I need to defer to another board member?
Up to you, Vice President Mendoza.
Okay, well, there's just one more. And I think on page 63, record keeping, the superintendent or designee shall maintain a record of all reported cases of sexual harassment to enable the district to monitor, address, and prevent repetitive harassing behavior in district schools. I would like that to be part of a quarterly report, like with the Williams complaint. And that's it, Madam President. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to have ask our director, Melinda Ortiz, to voice what she put in the chat. I don't know that the chat is available or visible to the public.
I think that would be good for Melinda Ortiz to answer.
Yes, absolutely. We do offer cyber safety training. In fact, we require it for all elementary age students. Every year we do this training. We've been doing it for years. And our teachers, as well as our principals, sign off that all students have gone through the training. Typically, it's done in the month of October, I believe.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
At this time, we'll move over to Board Clerk Yu. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank our, Dr. Zitlow and Tim Catlin and Dr. Christina Wise and Melinda Ortiz for your presentations. It's very reassuring to know that we do have good practices in our board policy. I have a few questions. And yeah, I'm waiting for the data of the reports that have been made in the past few years. But meanwhile, my question is, what happens when, for the reports, right? What happens when the reports doesn't get reported on time and it's reported after like a year or 2 years later? What is our responsibility?
We're still responsible for our students' safety. And so if students give us a concern or a complaint about anything that's happened, we still go through the same process of investigation, as well as connecting with the students and parents to talk about exactly what their concerns are and find some resolution for students. That is our job, no matter the timeline in which it happened to students.
That's really reassuring to know. And I know that as far as the results are concerned, I mean, it's just a fine line how much, which case goes to the police, which case the school handles, and who has the authority to punish. But in, these cases, it's pretty tough call to have that result, punish who, and seems like that punishment or the consequences doesn't satisfy both sides. How do you handle those tough cases? That's not like really clear, and
because we're talking in particular for student to student, we do have FERPA
Mm.
laws that protect both students' rights. And so we're not allowed to talk directly about the consequences of students, but we are having the right to be humane. And so I think for the part, most of our counseling and counseling teams are in position to talk to parents about things that we can help correct. Things we have support on our school staff in terms of nursing, as well as counselors that are available to support students. And so our remedy is really to provide supports inside and outside of schools. So generally, most of our counselors and all of our counselors have PPS credentials that are also taught about how to support students. And so we have a plethora of support on our sites. But again, we must preserve the rights of students. And I understand, I'm a parent, I have daughters. I understand the wanting to know what the consequences are for students. But as custodians of student records, it's imperative that we follow FERPA laws to ensure that the rights of students are not violated.
That brings to my other question. Kids are kids. And I just saw a documentary where preteen depression it tripled. This is with the G generation, the teens that are today's teens. And the teenage depression doubled, mainly the social media, right? And so my concern is, I know there's a lot of clubs in school on campuses, but how safe is it for teen youth to share about some of their experiences with another teen? I'm just concerned about the confidentiality and the protection. What would you recommend?
That was one of my questions in terms of us teaching our students about their digital footprints. I think oftentimes our students are unaware that whatever they put into social media is a forever footprint. And so that's why we've been working with our counseling teams to actually directly create commercials and infomercials for our students within the school day to kind of talk about how do they protect themselves from social media, protect their social input, because it has dire effects for our students. Colleges look at those, employers look at those, and these are records that cannot be embraced. And so in our nurturing thoughts for students, our thoughts are always, how do we protect our students and even protect them from themselves?
So that's why my concern is, if it's like there's so many clubs like CSF, Key Club, it's a service organization. But if there's a club where you can share some of these sensitive issues, is that something that's recommended?
Absolutely. So as of right now, our mental health providers and our school counselors all provide multiple demonstrations of how they're giving information about the digital footprints. I was just watching the presentation coming from Whitney High School as they're going to be going into their classrooms to talk about digital footprints with their students. There are multiple things that we do in school to inform students. So we hope students are not absent, they're present, and present in both ways, physically and mentally, as we're presenting information to students in this virtual environment.
That's so reassuring to know. So you're recommending that students who go through these experiences really need professional support, who have credential and who has the training.
That is my suggestion, that we really use the mental health providers and our counselors that actually have credentials to support students.
The resources within our district is what you mean.
Absolutely. Between our psychologists and our school counselors, as well as our mental health providers, there is multiple streams of support for students.
What do you think about outsiders coming in to intervene or to work with our kids?
Well, I always have to look under the caveat of how are they professionally prepared for working with our students. As of right now, we do not have volunteers on campus in our COVID. However, I don't think that we should use entities that are beyond or do not have the same amount of professional guidance as with our professionals that we have in our school campus. And so we worked in conjunction with them or under the guidance of our mental health providers. That may be possible, but of course we want to make sure that the professionals in the building have the oversight of our students and know what's going to be best for our schools.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishna. That was very helpful. And I know that when any assault is reported, I mean, by law and by our board policy, our principals and educators are bound to do the investigation and follow through the protocol, correct?
100%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Board Member Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President, and please get comfortable, members of the public and my colleagues. So if there's anybody here who's listening.
Maybe we need to extend the meeting.
We're at 10:18. Madam President, I defer to you.
Well, again, this is an informational item. I just want everybody to know the fact that we'll be discussing this item again. At the same time, I know that people are passionate about this topic, so let's let Mr. Apodaca finish, and then we will entertain the motion of extending the meeting.
I'm not interested. I'm not going to. So I'll give you my word. I'm not introducing anything that's not new. If anything, I'm following up on comments that have already been made tonight and have been made in past board meetings. So I'll leave it up to the respondents how long we have to be here. However, I do want to say for members of the public and for my colleagues and our district administrators, I will be here as long as it takes. I will. This is something that is very near and dear to my heart. Not so much because it's a passion of mine. In fact, I don't like talking about this. It bothers me. It keeps me from sleeping at night. And honestly, a few years ago, it kept me from being able to go to work. I don't like hearing about these things, even the mere mention of it, whether we can validate them to be 100% true or not. Anytime a minor is subjected to any kind of trauma or abuse, sexual or otherwise, it affects me. It always will. It always has, it always will. That said, I would ask if we have to extend it, we'll extend it, that's fine. Because we can, we have that ability. But I'll bring it up the next board meeting and the board meeting after that and the board meeting after that. And I'll bring it up on social media. I'll bring it up in conversations publicly and privately in between all of those until we no longer have children submitting public comments saying that they submitted reports of sexual either harassment or abuse to administrators, teachers, or otherwise in our school district, and that it went unchecked. So I want to set that tone right off the bat. That said, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your accommodation. I want to just set the foundation here. Does anybody here on this call, district level, cabinet level, or board level, think that or disagree with the fact that inappropriate photos of a minor is a crime? Inappropriate videos of a minor are a crime. The possession of such, whether you're an adult or a minor, is a crime. If you disagree with that, then that's a whole nother discussion and board meeting. We mentioned the penal code tonight. We mentioned the fact that some students post things that that's inappropriate, that pictures they took on social media. Okay, I'm not talking about that. All of this originated from a clique, a private group at a high school that not only received inappropriate photos and videos, but shared them, disseminated them, and printed them. Okay, not just outside of school, but also within school hours, at a school event, at a football camp. And I'll leave it at that. So for me, my question is, how many people, whether it's students, whether it's coaches, administrators, supervisors, assistant coaches, whatever their title is, ever since this came up months ago, how many have at the very least been put on paid leave for review? Do we have a number at all at any schools without going into, I'm talking general, in our district, has anybody been put on paid leave pending a review or investigation?
Dr. Apodaca, are you asking about the case in particular that you referred to?
I'm asking about
general?
anybody in general, at any high school or middle school in our district. Have there been any administrators or supervisors assistant coaches, classified, non-classified, certificated, non-certificated, that have been put on leave pending a review or investigation?
Yes, we have done that with any cases where people have been accused so that we can investigate the allegation.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you for details because I imagine you don't have them. However, I would like them to be provided to the board if not by Thursday notes, but to the public for the next board meeting. And I think that it would also be helpful without obviously revealing names, because personnel records, I understand, we do have to, respect privacy, especially if they're vindicated. But I think the public should know that. Also, in 2017, there were allegations which were widespread. Again, I won't go into details. However, as a board member, I can tell you that for me, I had never in a million years imagined that we would have a parent and family members come to several board meetings to make accusations, to then, which is not the fault of the district, to then have the district attorney or the deputy, whoever it might be, from justice in LA County, dismiss the case, not on the merits, but rather the excuse was they were too busy. So I have to ask, while I understand we are not a law enforcement agency, and I do acknowledge the fact that we do fully cooperate with law enforcement when asked by law enforcement, I have to ask, as policy, which was mentioned tonight, but I'd like this on the record for the public as well. Do we then, if there's something that comes to us, do we then refer that complaint, whether it's a mandated reporting, calling the 800 number and they take our name, our information, and then we never hear from them again. But if there's something credible where we have pictures, we have videos, do we then refer that to the local PD, the local DA? Do we then refer that to law enforcement as a district, as not just policy, but I'm asking as practice?
Yes, law enforcement is involved, as well as referral to CPS if there's any accusation about a minor involved with any adult.
Without going into detail, not for tonight, but for the next meeting or for Thursday notes for the public, how many of those referrals have actually resulted in any outcome? And I understand we're dealing with minors, so maybe you can't provide that. But I'll say this, and I've got pages and pages of notes. We have a choice tonight as a board, and I'll save you all the time. So we have to, we don't have to vote to extend it. I'll make it very simple. We either believe the young people who have called in and submitted their public comments, their parents, their family members, or those, especially those who have reached out to us, because I'm not the only board member who has received phone calls, text messages, and emails. I know this for a fact, right? So we either believe them when they say, I reported this and nothing happened, or I reported this at my school site and nothing happened. My position has been, it was reported at the school site and it was resolved at the school site. That's why it never made it to the district. So I would propose, even though this is an information item, that before it becomes an action item, we include consequences, and we discuss with labor, and we discuss with our labor groups, the consequences for failing to do, obviously your mandated reporting, but also failing to notify not just the superintendent, but the entire board that there was a student or a parent who made an allegation of sexual abuse, or in this particular case, which was shared tonight, and over the several meetings that we've had, of several students being in possession of photos and videos that were explicit, and that, as we said earlier, is a crime. It's child pornography, and yet these students are still in our schools. We have to come up with consequences. We have to put them in the policy, not just say that, but enforce it and make it clear to parents and their children that if we come across a student who's in possession of, again, inappropriate photos or videos of their peers, they are subject immediately to disciplinary action. At the very least, a suspension pending an investigation, and frankly, expulsion from our school district. If they're on a permit, they're gone. If they're from within our district, they're expelled, they have to find a new school district. That's what we need. That's what I'm seeking. And frankly, literally over the 200 plus parents and students and former students that I've spoken to over the last 3 months, nothing less is acceptable. You can fill in the blanks. And I'm sorry, Madam President, for being so verbose, but I'm tired of hearing about this. We have so many other things to deal with. And I know that there isn't one person on this board that thinks any of this is acceptable. We all have different ways of how to address it. We all have different ways of how to mitigate it. But at the end of the day, if we have students who are victims at any grade level that come forward and they're credible, they're gone. And then we refer them to law enforcement. And I think there should be severe penalties. Again, consult please with our labor groups and with our management groups. But there should be severe consequences for administrators, teachers, and anybody else in any other capacity who's employed by our district for failing not only to report it, but also to make sure that the student and the parent doesn't have their rights violated, either board-wise, policy-wise, or state or federally. And that's all I have. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to have a motion to extend our board meeting, given that we are not finished with our agenda.
I'll second that. Nishi.
Okay, is everybody in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, well, I'd like to suggest a 5-minute break before we go another hour. Everybody agree?
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay,
Sure.
5-minute break.
With apologies, thank you.
Okay. We are back. Do we have our video on? Let's see. Sue, are you on? Chris?
Present, Madam President.
Okay, let's continue. We'll move on to Board Member Nishi. Do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. So I don't think any of the board members in this room deny, number one, that we are concerned with all of these calls, all of these allegations, all of these situations. Something happened, right? I have a daughter, and if something like anything like is what is described in any of these situations ever happened to her, there is nobody that could stop me from going after that person, whoever it would be, male or female, and just wreaking revenge. Okay, that's the father in me that would fight for whatever to make sure my daughter wasn't hurt or harassed or endangered or anything like that. And like I said, any of our board members, and I very much sympathize for the speakers that have spoken today repeatedly. I don't have the freedom to say anything I want all the time. Unfortunately, it's just the way the rules work. So there's another part of me that also is out there, and I'm a lawyer. And there's something called the law and the legal definition. I know there's a big difference between what we feel in our heart and what the law is and what we can actually do in these situations. I remember when we worked on this agenda way back when, and you see all these little blue things here from the agenda that we worked on, I micromanaged each word thinking, this is my daughter that we're talking about here. This is our families that we're talking about here. And if anybody ever says that I didn't do everything that I could to stop this stuff from happening, I would be extremely upset. And I'm not going to go into the other words that I could be using here. But again, I have to say that I'm a lawyer that must follow the law, whether I like it or not. It may not be my feeling, but it's what I must follow. So first off, in terms of some of the remedies here, data. I don't think there is any issue here regarding the data, but I'm sure since we have this data all the time, let's have it published, let's put it on the net. And so there's no guessing and wondering, was it reported, wasn't it reported? We can easily correlate the data and put that right on the net. Not of the specific person's name, we're not doing that. We're doing the statistics. How are we performing as a district in terms of these issues? And that's, I'm sure, okay. I am sure staff here, and I totally apologize to the staff, that some board members said that you're too busy to follow up with any of these complaints. I am sure that none of you are too busy to follow up, because all of you I know have families and feel very strongly about this issue. So that a board member would accuse you guys of being too busy. I know there's a lot of busy things, but this is one of the most important things that we would be doing. And I know you would never fall on your duties. In fact, I'll bet you that if you ask about this in terms of a policy, if anybody tried to put this under the rug, anything like this, what would happen to the individual or the employee that tried to sweep it under the rug, Dr. Zietlow? What would happen? Would they get to keep their job if they swept it under the rug? If they said it was too busy?
Yeah, no, we would investigate that as well, and we would follow through with appropriate consequences for not following through with their job and reporting or investigating something significant like this, and it would definitely impact that employee.
So if somebody didn't report, doesn't our rule say that they have to report? Wouldn't they potentially lose their job?
There would be legal consequences for not reporting.
Which is potentially a loss of a job and potentially going to jail.
Yes.
Actually, okay. So if you sweep it under the rug, you're going to lose your job potentially. But if you report it, there are no negative consequences for reporting. I mean, you don't get any extra points if you have more or less of these situations here, because you're trying to solve a problem. We never go and get mad at the people who are trying to solve the sexual harassment problem, because that's like getting mad at the reporter, right? We don't get mad at the reporter for reporting. They don't suffer any job loss because they reported sexual harassment. They might even get a reward for reporting something like that, right, Dr. Zietlow?
We don't have any kind of rewards, but there are no consequences unless they intentionally reported something knowing that it wasn't untrue.
Right. So lying is very bad in a report, right? Correct?
Correct. If they were to intentionally mislead or lie, there are consequences with the law for that as well.
So this is one of those situations where I think it's having a student in the actual, maybe a student, not just giving a report like we usually have, but maybe sitting with us to give us input as to what it is like to be a student in the district and how our policies actually play out in the real terms. Even though it would add a little bit of time, even if they're not a voting member, to have that kind of unfiltered input might be a benefit to our board. So I vaguely remember somebody, Jen Up, suggesting something like that. In this kind of situation, like I don't know all of the situations that are happening at the schools. I only know through my daughter. And because I know through my daughter, I'm able to provide information. But if we actually had the direct source, she doesn't tell me everything all the time either. So that might be a thing. So we are working on the policy. I remember micromanaging the previous policies, but I'm not this kind of attorney anyway, so I'm glad we're going to have experts to look at it. But sometimes there's an issue on difference between policy and the actual implementation and what we can actually do. So I know that we're going to do our level best to make sure that we have no situations like this in the future. But we're going to do it within the law. There's a lot of restrictions that we have that we can't actually do. And when that was described in these things, by law, we cannot do many of the things that people want us to do because we're not a law enforcement agency. We can report a lot, we can encourage a lot, but in terms of the actual remedies that we have and levers that we have at our disposal besides firing or transferring, which we have done, and there's records of us firing and transferring and disciplining and suspending people for these acts, we will be doing that. And I'm sure there's a little bit of room for improvement, so I'm sure we're going to do that, and I trust that we will follow the procedures, do what we can to improve it. We'll have as many minds as we can have on it. So maybe we can have the legislative review committee. Is there time enough between now and the next agenda to have the legislative review committee look at this? We have a committee, right? We have a procedure and policy the way we do this. Is there time to have them review through this?
We could have them review through this. It was updated not long ago, so looking at the other pieces that are being recommended, I'd have to see if we could get it in to our next meeting or if it would have to be October.
Okay, but we need to do it right anyway. I mean,
Correct.
The issue is, I'm not saying that we didn't do it right before, but we're going to have the lawyers look at the specific language and make some additional changes. And then we would have the real-time people, maybe even students, look and see how that will actually directly affect their lives and the issues of reporting, right? Sometimes students don't feel comfortable reporting to administrators. I know my teenager doesn't tell me everything, and she might not report everything to me, but having those mechanisms in place that are peer related, but not necessarily not monitored, but people who are actually looked at with experts and monitored carefully, maybe that would be a potential way for our next agenda. And so I'll just close with, again, I think that this is a serious issue. I definitely sympathize and empathize and understand what's happening here. But the law is the law. And I have a whole career of doing that. And sometimes I'll fight to change the law, but and we'll do what we can here, right now. But I trust that we can implement these things, and we have the motivations in place now that we've heard these comments, these comments. Now that we've heard everything, we will act and we will be better. That's all I can say. Thank you for the time.
Board Member Say?
Thank you, President. I guess I have to confess, if you never experienced before and you can't speak up for them. When I was elementary school, actually, I personally saw the things, what happened to the kids. This is talking about elementary school level. And so when we talk about whole night, we're talking about teenagers. We have to think about this can be started from K to 12. And what happened to those young kids' age? That I saw that before, and I don't know what to do. And that's still in my heart. And I say, I wish I tell my mom, this person did this to this person. It just, when I heard from when I saw the Facebook, people complain, what you do? Or what do you do as a board member? You should have called right away. There's a fine line there. When we had it happen before, there's number one thing, I remember as a board member, I would say, the police know that. What happened to teacher or what happened to student? We don't point at one person that only the student. It could happen to the teacher too. Can be both ways, not just one way. So we talk about social media, we talk about Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, can be creative way to connect with one another. But social media can be a problem for several reasons. But however, tonight we focus, to me, is what I heard that Ms. Williams talk about when I heard the Cerritos High School parent talk about it. And I'm thinking, what it had done in the past, what would he do? As far as I was told, and we know, it was police, teachers suspended, or student got suspended. It can be both ways. But I'm thinking the lesson to me today is, what do we do in the future? What can we do? There's a video, as a highlight, talk about who got you back. I like the word, who got your back? We're talking about, Dr. Weiss, you're talking about we want to create a safe environment for our students. Then I think the highlight for today is we got you back. We got both back. We've got the teachers back. We got the student back too. There's some teachers also blaming sexual assault or something, but they didn't do it, affect the rest of their life. And that can't happen to children, which I personally saw that. And I think we need to focus on that. What can we do today? We need to make sure all of us here tonight, all of us here, I say, we play the critical role in here. The school board members, superintendent, teacher, parent, caregiver, and mentors. We need to prepare our children. And I prepare my grandchildren for the experience of going to school in an effort to facilitate an open dialect to help them to talk. Maybe we should correct some of the kids, they don't want to talk about it. Maybe they don't want to use a cell phone, because the minute you use a cell phone, maybe they're on the record. Maybe we created a hotline phone in the school, a red one. In some place, the kids have a chance to call. I really want to say the final word. I don't want to finger point each other's. You didn't do the work you should do. I don't know. And I think what we're going to do is how we're going to solve this issue. We got you back. I like the word, we got you back. And we want to work together, not finger point the staff or not finger point the parents. I think I like to have a meeting even with Williams. I think we need to get a lawyer to solve the problem. It seems like she still has so much in behind that as a healthcare giver. That's not healthy. Just like me, that's not healthy. Even my mom didn't know what happened to my life before for a long time. I could have done it, but I didn't do it. So I want to end up today. Do not finger point each other's. That do is a critical role for us right now. We got you back. And let's work together. Thank you, President.
Thank you. I will just quickly say also that, we hear this issue and we can all say that, the fact that it has raised tremendous awareness and consciousness about this issue will allow us to move forward. Ultimately, as board members, it's our job to adopt policies and move the district forward. I think now the responsibility lies on our staff. And I'm going to say that, specifically at the site level, that they improve their practices and that they improve their culture so that students do in fact feel safe. Unfortunately, we can't change the past, but we can absolutely have a say as to what happens today moving forward. So I challenge our staff to really bring about positive change and use this as an opportunity to improve school culture, because I think a lot of our schools already, are doing a lot. But again, here's, challenges present opportunities. Okay, with that, I think I need to make a correction. We did vote to extend the meeting, but we didn't say by how long. So I think an assumption was probably an hour. So we will extend the meeting to 11:30. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Anybody opposed?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, we will move on to item 1.41, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. And at this point, I will defer to Vice President Mendoza.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm very happy to see this as an information item and hopefully bring it back to a next board meeting as an action item. And I just want to share some information about the Hispanic Heritage Month. So the United States Congress approved Public Law 90-498 in 1968 to designate the week of September 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Week. The week-long celebration was extended in 1988 by Congress to a month-long celebration, September 15th to October 15th, effective the following year. The September-October period covers a wide range of Independence Days for the 5 Latin American countries. Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the history and culture of the nation's Hispanics and Latino, and I'm going to put in there Latinx because a lot of our community identifies with Latinx now, and acknowledges their influence on politics, the economy, and the social and cultural life throughout the United States. Hispanics and Latinx Americans have distinguished themselves with their achievements in cultural, economic, political, industrial, commercial, scientific, and social fields, and the contributions of Hispanic and Latinx Americans have contributed in countless ways to the social fabric of the ABC. Oops, sorry, I was already making a resolution. To our communities, the state of California, and the United States. And so I would ask that this be placed on our next board meeting as an action item. And for the years that I've been here, we've never had a resolution to support this. So I would like this to be our first year. And I would also like to include, Dr. Sue, if you can include in our resolution the percentage of student population that identifies with Hispanic or Latino, Latinx in our district, that would be great. And I just I think this is a great start to start off the school year with Hispanic Heritage Month, and maybe looking forward at the calendar and looking at all the other different cultures that we celebrate and actually doing resolutions for those. So if I can help out with that, I'm more than happy to help out with that. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, let's move on to Board Clerk Yu.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Latin American, Mexican American, Central American, or South American, all speak Spanish. And I grew up with 95% Latinos, Chicanos in my elementary school. That's all I know. And they are a very, very important community for our economy and for our country, and especially California. And I just want to, remember Cesar Chavez. We have a Cesar Chavez, avenue in Los Angeles. He's a hero, great role model, to really advocate for the farming, community, the union. I mean, the farming industry is such a important, industry in California. So he really was paved the road. So time to remember. And then also, I just wanted to include that in our community, we all the minorities make up the whole. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Is we have the Asians, we have the Chinese, the Korean, we have the Vietnamese, Cambodian, we have the Asians, and then we have the Latinos, you know, and we have a small, you know, African American, and we have a very small white American, you know. So what I'm saying is that we are very diverse. We are very diverse, and I think that's why for us to, you know, have that advisory committee is so important, because we could celebrate Latino Americans, Asian American, you know, and we had a lot of public comments today, but even in the CSBA, ABISMA, I've been on the meeting for every Sunday to get the ethnic studies in our curriculum. And it's really, really encouraging. And I know they had a meeting, you know, with CDE. Yeah. And it was a great, you know, a result. So we're doing it. All the public, I was thinking in my heart that, hey, they're really, you know, advocating what we have already done. We made the advisory committee, you know, Sophie's on the board. She is on the board of ABISMA, advocating for ethnic studies. And that's why she's been mentioning ethnic studies. And folks, it's happening. It's happening. It's going to go on our curriculum. And, you know, by 2020, graduating class of 2026, it's going to be a requirement for graduation. Okay. I know that in that ethnic studies, Latino Americans, they have, you know, Mexican American, Central American, South American, you know, South American, they have a couple chapters. So I'm sure we'll learn more, and I would love to learn more about different diversity. It just helps me as a person to be whole. Thank you. That is the end of my report, Madam President.
Thank you. We'll move on to Dr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. I've got my little ranchero hat on, my cowboy hat, because my mom's from a very, 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 very rural ranch in Chihuahua named Matachic, Chihuahua in Mexico, instead of Matachic. And this is a source of pride for us. You know, she met my father in El Paso. He's a Texan, so I wore the hat for him as well. You know, I think that there's absolutely, you know, no reason for any of our students, which I've come across every now and then, especially those who may have, you know, more recently been acculturated to the U.S. and to what we do here. And I want to say, you know, felicidades. And because I'm from Chihuahua, I can say Viva Chihuahua, Viva Mexico. But also thank you to the many Latino countries and Hispanic countries whose immigrants have shaped who we are, not even as a country, but even here, you know, in Southern California. So I just want to say, pues, que viva México, que viva los Latinos, and y pues que les vaya bien. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Nishi.
I'll try to be quick because I know it's getting late. So I think our history is very intertwined, right? I mean, I was born in East LA, and just down the street from Boyle Heights, where Cesar Chavez Street was, I literally used to walk there all the time. And the Gomez family kept our house during the war. So where everybody else had to sell their house, the Gomez family kept it. And after the war, because housing was very tight, we had, I think, maybe 20 people in a 2-bedroom house. I think we would have broken all the building codes. What I mean to say is that our culture and our histories make us all richer. I think that it's important that we study each aspect, because I think it helps everyone in this. And I think it's not just an issue of academics, it's an issue of making a better person and a better future for our country. So that's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Board Member Say.
Actually, I didn't have to move after the policy, but I have to separate it. So here's my cat. Um, well, for myself, actually, my entire career is in the Hispanic area, Hispanic and African American area. My life has spent in Linwood, Compton. I end up retired, still stay the area. So most of my students are from, I would say 60% is from is Spanish background. And I would say about 30% is from African American. So I was like raised in there and lived there. Um, but I do want to say I came from Taiwan. I was like 19, 20 years old. So I started learning English. And so I see how a foreigner struggle went through. Even today, I still have a lot of issues. My kids always laugh at me. You Chinese, driving crazy. But however, and I have a really great experience with the ABCUSD. We're talking about a lot of ethnic studies. That's why I was pushing our school like a couple of years ago. I said, we must have that. And I want to special thanks to our superintendent, Dr. Su, starting the ethnic study, starting from a teacher school. And originally Dr. Su planned to go all the high school. Unfortunately, after COVID-19, we were not able to. But during the ABCUSD 2 years with all the different board members, and with the California State Board Association president, along with the Hispanic representative and African American representative, we learned each other's more and we talk each other more. And I can see there's a change there. Today we're talking about so many issues, so unfair, but now the door is open now, open for all, for you and me, for the student and the parent, come to talk about it. And then we're trying to work through it. So I want to thank you, President. You brought a lot of issue there and about fairness, not fair. And we are open the door. We're working towards that goal. I want the community to give us a chance. Let us work together. It is a critical stage. With you, I mean, not just the board member needs to know. We need to all work together to take care of our kids. Like I just said, we got you back. Thank you, President. Let me take my hats off.
Thank you. And also, again, Hispanic Heritage Month is a recognition and celebration of all the contributions Latinos have made to American society and culture. As was mentioned, it is celebrated from September 15th to October 15th. And I just wanted to add a quick fact that, did you know that 60.6 million is the number of the Latino population in the United States as of July 1st, 2019, making people of Latino origin the nation's largest ethnic and racial minority. Latinos constituted 18.5% of the nation's total population. And I will highlight that because the above facts are available thanks to the public's invaluable participation in the US Census. So we appreciate the information shared by each respondent as we continuously count and measure America's peoples, places, and economy. So I urge our public and everyone to be counted and participate in the 2020 census. I also agree with the suggestion that was made to put together a diversity celebration calendar. I think we all enjoyed last year when we were invited to participate for the various activities that the schools put together for Hispanic Heritage Month, Black History. I don't know if we celebrated Women's History Month, but I know that we participated in a variety, Chinese New Year, etc. So I don't know if we want to task that to the diversity committee that we've put in place. But again, these things are very important because acknowledging and celebrating our own culture allows us to appreciate other cultures more deeply. And you can see that reflected in our own board. Okay, with that, we move on to board members' reports. And I'm going to take Board Clerk Yu's suggestion and start from, I was trying to keep it organized. So let me start from the bottom. So we will start with Board Member Say.
Wow, thank you. Well, I had a really great time in the past couple of weeks. Well, not just visit the students and teacher. I had really the last week, I think it was a Friday. Me and board member Ernie, and we went to visit a couple elementary school. And I want to public to know, it seems like our teachers stay home now. Some of our teachers stay in the school. And we went to this classroom. The classroom is prepared for the reopening. They're trying it. As I mentioned, hand gel, the sink, the water, everything is ready there for prepared for student coming back. And we went to the classroom. There's some teachers there. And you know, when I was there, I see how teacher present the class. In front of them is a big, huge a computer monitor there. Has all the, you can see the faces out there, and they're watching it. And next to them, they have two other laptops in front of them. One put the program, and the other one they're talking it. So one person operate all three things. It's not that easy. This is the kindergarten teacher that I was watching, observing it. You know, so teachers in there. I also worry about the teacher in the room. I say, who's watching that? You know how they all into their own room, and the big school, right? And they say, oh, they have SIA watch, and they also check them in and check them out. We also saw they have a new the automatically temperature checking it. When you walk in, they take your temperature within 2 seconds. They know the normal temperature or abnormal temperature, then they will let them in. So we are preparing that. I want the resident know that the school has to be prepared for reopening anytime. And please believe us and trust us. Let's work together. Thank you, President Rios. Allow me to talk. That'll be my end report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we also bring donuts. We bought donut. I'm sorry, I bought a donut. People say where'd you get the donut? You get the donut money from your campaign. I say no. You know, all of us in here, when we travel local area, we don't get the gas and reimbursement. Our donuts is we pay our own pocket. Sorry about Dr. Olga that I interrupting. I apologize. I missed that part. Thank you.
Okay. Next we move on to Board Member Nishi.
Really quick. Teachers are working really hard. I've seen it. I've seen some pretty amazing teaching, and I see how our district is supporting those teachers. I see the huge barriers, not just the minimum, but some based upon science to keep them safe. It's pretty flexible. So some teachers who don't feel comfortable are not coming in, and the ones that are. And you can tell that there's a lot of love from the teachers to the students. I mean, they don't have to be there, but they're there. So I'd like to shout out to them also, to the students that have sat through this whole thing this entire time. I think we can learn a lot from them. It's their environment, their place. They're in the thick of things, and they're affected by the direct policies that we make. And, you know, if we gave them a little louder voice, part of the dais rather than separate from the dais, that might be an interesting concept to put out there. So that's basically all I have. You're doing a great job, President Rios. This was a good meeting where I think we kind of went through a lot of the issues, and I appreciate that. It's not easy to corral all the crazy cats that we are. So thank you.
I gave up on the idea of finishing this meeting early. Okay, next we have Board Member Dr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. The hat's already on, so I'm going to keep it on. I just wanted to say to members of the public, this board, again, we always debate, we always put things out there. The hallmark of a very healthy democracy is having debate. If we rubber stamped anything that came to us that was sensitive, you should worry. But the fact that we take the time to actually tease this out, whatever it might be, is a sign that your board members are working for you. There's not one board member who is sitting here and maybe, okay, even though Maynard's, you know, he called in sick, I think he's playing hooky. He's probably, you know, in Palm Springs, he's getting ready to play golf tomorrow, but don't tell him I said that. You know, he's really not, he's actually sick. But there's not one board member elected right now who does not care about your well-being. There's not one board member right now that does not care about the voices of parents and their rights to make sure that their children have a quality, free public education. I want to make sure that you all know that as board members, this is not something that we sign up for because we enjoy the conflict. It's not something we sign up for because we get massive paychecks. We really don't, especially after taxes, we get nothing. We do it because we care about our kids. We care about our stakeholders, our community. And in reality, I can't think of anybody. I had this conversation actually a few weeks ago with a state legislator who said that you could not pay them enough to sit on a local school board. And I think that says a lot. So I hope that all of you know that we care about you. We're looking out for your best interests. And you have the right to continue to come back during public comments. You have the right to contact any one of us, and you have the right to contact your local school, as well as your superintendent. That said, I will say, I wasn't expecting to let that out tonight, but I did. If you could please keep my family and my mother, Moraima, in your thoughts, your prayers, your well wishes, your good vibes, your good juju, whatever, you know, as the outlook isn't so good with her kidney failure. So with that said, I really do look forward to seeing you guys all in person very soon. And please remember the fact that there's not one person here that does not care about you or your well-being. And I have to say that, especially during the rhetoric of election season. There's not one administrator or principal who doesn't care about your well-being. If you ever feel that way, then just bring it up. But we're here for you. This isn't our first rodeo. And we're okay with you coming forth to talk to us about what's troubling you. What's what we signed up for. And that's what we'll continue to do as long as you continue to allow us the privilege to serve you as your public servants. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and yes, all the best to your mom. Next, we will hear from Board Clerk Yu.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to commend the people, our community advocates who are passionate and who really love our community and concern, and they came out to speak. And many of them spoke on the ethnicity, but you know, we just formed the advisory committee, as I shared before, Diversity, Unity, Ethnicity Advisory Committee. I don't know if I said that right. And if any of you are interested, the CDE is still accepting the public comment to advocate, and it's still accepted until September 30. Please do so, because we're advocating to put the ethnic studies in. And I think that's going to be huge for our children to learn about their background and their root. Yeah. And also, I want to thank our staff, Dr. Christina Wise, Tim Catlin, and Dr. Zidlow, Melinda, for sharing about our policy in place. Nothing is perfect. And even though we have the policy, there's still going to be pain. Things happen on social media. Things happen through different factors. And I would really like to encourage our community to work together. I know there's pain, and sometimes when we have pain, when we're hurt, we can lash out at each other. But if we can come together to work together, because I know for a fact that when the reports come in, the principals, they're on the case, because I called and I found out they're investigating the whole week. So I do want to encourage our staff to continue, keep up with all your hard work, but we always have room for improvement because times are changing. We can always try to foster and nurture an environment to encourage our children, our employees to make the report. I know that even in our handbooks, I know that Mr. Walker has, the TV announcement. He has his thing through the TV announcement, through the handbook. The campaign is there. And I know that our educator, they're doing their best. If there's room for improvement, we need to give them a positive shout. Accusation of something that they are already doing is not healthy, because accusing them of something that they're already doing, because if they were not investigating, they would not be working right now. They would not be working. So let us keep it positive, folks. And our board members, we will work harder too. We will work harder, keep our ears open. We want to support our hardworking staff, you know, and we're very fortunate to have Ernie Nishi, you know, a free legal advice on that, you know, advisory board to work on that board policy. He's the one who worked on it, and he's really adamant. I could feel his tension when he shared. So if there's room for improvement, and I'm so glad to hear that something was added about social media, because we didn't have that problem 10 years ago or 5 years ago. This is a new thing. So, you know, we're all struggling. We're struggling parents. And I hope our, you know, board members and staff can also have compassion on the parents too. It's hard raising children these days. It's hard. It's tough. But we have to do it together, not finger point at each other. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Board Member Mendoza, Board Vice President Mendoza. Excuse me.
President, so again, I want to wish everyone a happy Hispanic Heritage Month. You can see we're all wearing our traditional Mexican attire, which I do every year, and I'm glad Dr. Rios is joining me and Dr. Apodaca are joining me this year. I do want to say happy birthday to board member Sofia Say. Today is her birthday, so felicidades, cumpleaños. I just want to make a couple things on my report. One and most important thing is the census is coming to an end, and we got to make sure our communities fill out those forms because the funding does affect us as a school district. It affects our communities, it affects our cities. So please, if you can get the word out that any please fill out the forms. I want to wish all our students and staff a happy school year. We didn't get a chance to do that last time because our board meeting went long. So thank you, teachers. I know what you're going through because I'm there with you in Zoom. I know Dr. Rios and other board members are doing Zoom meetings all day long. I ask everybody for grace because nothing's perfect when you're using technology and the whole world's using it at the same time. Be patient with our kids, be patient with our teachers. We're gonna have problems. They're gonna come up every day, every week, but we'll get around them and just have patience with everyone. We heard lots and lots of public comments today. We heard from the Alpha Kappa Alpha, I hope I said that correctly, that they want to help us, they want to work with us. We heard about the Gen Up, we've heard from We Rise Above, and I think we have a lot of groups that want to help us in moving forward. And I think as a board, we need to reach out to them because there's a wealth of knowledge there. The next one is, oh my goodness, I think I'm gonna take a little deep breath when I do this next one. This is my last one. And I think I'm gonna take a leap of faith and say that I'm speaking for all elected officials when I say this. We are elected officials, we are public servants. We're elected by the people. We serve at the pleasure of the people. And our families support us. But our families are not the elected officials. They don't have the luxury of sitting here and speaking up for themselves. So I just ask that you respect our families, you respect our children, especially if they're minors. If you are going to go to any public place and you are going to criticize and you are going to name call an elected official, that's fine. That's what we signed up for. We knew that. But when you come to any government agency, public gathering, and you attack and you say comments about our families, that's not acceptable. I'm sorry. I've been in political life for many, many years. I've grown a very thick skin. And tonight, when I had to go back into my house, I'm in the garage in my classroom, and I had to apologize to my child who was watching and heard what a member of our community said. It was very hurtful. It's very hurtful. But luckily, my daughter has been in this life with us for the last 15, 16 years, and her skin is grown thick, but it shouldn't have to be. It shouldn't have to be. I ask everyone in our community that you can come, you can criticize, you can tell us a good job that we're doing, you can tell us we're not doing a good job, you can call me whatever name you want to. I will sit here and I will respect that is your right to come and say that. But when you say a comment about my daughter or any of my children or any of our children on the board or any elected official's child, that's not right. And we've lost what we were doing here. My child is also a student in this district. So I please ask respectfully that if you're going to come and comment, that you don't comment on our children. They're minors also. That ends my board report, Dr. President. Dr. Fields, thank you.
Thank you. I think in lieu of a board report, I have more of a statement. How do we do with time? Okay, 10 minutes. So in June, we discussed how challenges create opportunities. We presented a resolution that bolsters solidarity against social injustices. And so we created an equity and diversity committee with the sole purpose of promoting social justice in our schools and our district as a whole. I want to acknowledge our board for the courageous acts in taking such action. Later in August, it was offered that we go one step further and create a position or office to oversee equity specifically, and to not ask our current district staff to do this in addition to what they already do. We have created positions in the past. I believe equity is such an important and crucial topic. I was so happy to know that our community is so concerned and incredibly supportive of this move. There is a need for a person who can focus on identifying disparities in our school programs and services. And I mean, we're all aware of them, but creating ways for our district to address those gaps. We heard about those gaps today. We heard about the gaps in diversity in our staff, discipline outcomes, and student representation. We are a good district. Let's be better. Next, we welcome public comments. I think that we need to clarify something regarding the July meeting. Because I noticed it's come up almost at every meeting. This was not a regular board meeting. It was a special meeting. Right before the meeting, we were given a directive by our governor that our schools in LA County could not reopen for in-person learning. There was no decision for us to consider. A decision was made for us, and as a school district in LA County, we had to follow this order. It was an order. To not follow this mandate and consider another option would have absolutely created a problem for us, such as reopening. Again, reopening was not an option. We had to make a motion at that meeting so that our staff could move forward and begin the hard work of preparing a distance learning plan. So I hope that that clarifies for people the whole issue about that day. Lastly, when I was a 7th grade teacher, I had to start my year with a disclaimer to my young students that every adult person who came into my class was not a relative. You know, it would never fail that a male would walk in and they would ask, is that your husband? Is that, you know, but they were children. I guess I didn't realize it would be in my interest to do so as a board member. I am not related to all people who have the last name Rios and in any way serve the district. If that were the case, I would proudly announce that. I would ask that that assumption not be made for any of us. Also, as constituents in our district, our families have every right to participate if they so choose. I want to praise all our board representatives for the courageous participation and welcome them to our board meetings. We look forward to hearing from them and their reports at our next meeting. With that, I want to say good night. Happy first day of fall. I wish all of you a very happy and fulfilled autumn season ahead.
Board President, there's a couple public comments. What should we do?
The second.
We have.
We're not there yet. We will get to put the second comment section in a minute. So our announcements, our next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, October 6th, 2020 at 7 p.m. virtually. Committee meetings, we have Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee. On Thursday, September 24th, 6 p.m. That will also be virtual. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee will be Wednesday, September 30th at 6:30 p.m. virtually. Second public comment section at this time, Board Clerk.
Yes, we have a couple of board public comments. First, we had a hand up by Dana Garcia and Ray Gear. And then in the community, we have a phone number that ends 441. So we can start with Ray Gear, Dana Garcia, and the phone number 441. Going that order? Yeah.
All right, thank you. I just want to say happy Hispanic Heritage Month. My mom was the youngest of 14 from a family from Mexico, and she taught kindergarten for 25 years, and probably why I became a teacher. I wanted to make a comment about the discussion of the sexual harassment language. I've been president this is going on my 10th year. And I just want to let you guys know and the public know that I've never represented any individual who has had sexually inappropriate photos or videos, or I've not represented any individuals who have had sexual harassment cases with students. And just the thought of that is repugnant. You know, to say that again, it's extremely distasteful and unacceptable. And so I just want the public and the board to know that ABCFT works very closely with human resources to address even the hint of inappropriate conduct, and we deal with those issues in a swift manner. I agree that the safety of our students is paramount, and ABCFT works proactively to ensure that teachers know firm boundaries and that there are dire consequences for failing their primary objective, which is to teach students. You know, most union presidents won't admit it, but we do counsel teachers out of the profession when it's not good for kids anymore. And I probably counsel out about a handful of teachers every year when it's, you know, we do it in a dignified manner so that they feel good about the decision. But there are reasons why teachers need to leave the district. And we do, ABC has a history of doing this with a dignified manner for teachers that need to leave. And, you know, I think that's really key. I liked what Dr. Rios and the board worked on, the stronger board policy language to support these changes. I totally agree with that. And I know all teachers would agree with that. And I like the way Dr. Rios kind of summed it up. We're making positive changes to make a difference for the future. So thank you.
Okay. Board Clerk, you're muted, so I will go ahead and ask Dana.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Dana, if you could unmute. And...
All right. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, great. So my name is Dana Garcia, and I am Artesia High School student representative. And I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. First of all, I am currently enrolled in the Ethnic and Cultural Studies class at my school. And I can say so far, I'm learning so much more about my culture and other cultures. And I think that it should definitely be pushed to the other schools and to not even just in our district, but every school. I think it's very important. I think it's a really good class. So if there's any way to really push this to all the schools in ABC school district, I really think that this would be a great opportunity for all students to learn. And also what I wanted to talk about was what Mr. Nishi talked about with having like a student kind of speak with the board and talk about their experience and their life in the ABC school district. And I know I would definitely be interested in something like that and kind of speaking about, you know, what goes on inside the school scene as being a student from ABC for over 10 to 12 years of my life. And I just think that, you know, since I am a school, you know, board representative, I should be using my platform and using my voice. And there was a trip, the Sacramento Safari trip about 2 years ago that I attended. And if I learned anything from that, it was that I needed to use my voice as a student in my community and, you know, in my state and in my area. So I believe that everything going on with the sexual harassment, I know people who were affected by this. And I just really think that there needs to be justice. And I believe that I could be a voice for the students, you know, as a board representative, because I'm in this, you know, state to conversate with you guys, you know, monthly or weekly and be in touch. And I just think that, you know, we really need student input. And I think that I would really, really be interested in, you know, speaking with the board, you know, on behalf of other students and really just being involved in what I can do as representative, because I would hate to have this opportunity and this platform and just this chance and just sit here and, you know, knowing what people want to be voiced, but, you know, they're not really having so much like accessibility to things like this. So I would just like to offer myself as like, you know, being a representative of the students and not only my school, but, you know, other schools as well, if they would, because I have friends from, you know, all over the district. So I would just basically like to kind of let you guys know that I would like to use my platform, and I would like to use the place that I do have and the voice that I do have in this district, because, I do believe that I can not really make, the biggest difference in the world, but be able to just contribute some help to, my friends and fellow students, to the board. And, I know that you guys really do value student input. So I would just like to be able to offer that student input for people that don't feel like their voice is loud enough. Because I do not mind, speaking on behalf of others and helping others out. So that was all I kind of wanted to add. So thank you.
Any more comments?
Board Clerk, I don't see any more.
Okay, with that, I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who spent a lifetime flourishing in the face of adversity before being appointed a Supreme Court Justice, where she successfully fought against gender discriminations and unified the block for the court. So in her honor, I'd like to adjourn. May I have a motion?
So moved.
By Sophia.
Second, at least from me, Ernie Nishi.
Roll call, please. Or should we do a unanimous? All in favor of adjourning the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good
See you.
night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Thank you, President.
Oh, happy birthday, board member say.
Thank you.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Thank you.
Well, let me leave.